If you would, bow your heads with me. Dear Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for getting everybody here safe. Thank you for the many volunteers and workers, and please be with them and the judges. Give all of us calm nerves and make us a tribute to you, Lord. In your Son's holy name, we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Dylan. Now we'll have Miss Kellen Merkel from Ellis County 4-H sing the national anthem. Thank you, Kellen. Now we will have Mr. Nate Scruggs from Parent FFA lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Say the Texas Pledge with me, please. I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, indivisible.
Thank you, Nate.
Ladies and gentlemen, this morning we're going to have a staggered start. The ring to the east side is the Junior Breeding Gilt Show ring. The ring to the east side of that barn, that's the closest one over here to the midway. That will be the Junior Breeding Gilt Show. The ring on the west side of the barn is the Stars Gilt Show. That's where the Stars Gilts are going to come. Very
From the chutes to the stalls, barns to the big leagues, Sullivan Supply has you covered with innovative products designed for success. But it's not just about the products, it's about the experience. Our dedicated team is passionate about providing exceptional customer service and understands your unique challenges and goals. For us, it's more than just a business. It's a genuine commitment to our industry. With Sullivan Supply, you can trust that you're not just a customer. You are a part of our team, driven by passion, innovation, and excellence. Sullivan Supply, committed to you.
Okay, we're going to start with the Berkshires on the purebred side, and this is first call for Berkshires, the first class. First call for Berkshires, bring them to the holding pen. Please remember to bring your pedigree, and please don't put any oil on them, only water.
Might be good for the big fish. Sounds good. starting with the light crosses on this side. Light crosses, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, attention in the barn. Very shortly, we're going to start calling our stars Gilt. We're going to start with a white crossbred division. The white crossbred division will start, will be followed with the all other crossbreds. So whenever you hear that call, you'll be bringing your class of white crossbreds to the west side of the arena. Don't bring them up now because they haven't called them yet. You hold up now. We haven't called you yet, so please hold back.
Okay, we're going to see Savannah Floyd. Are you in the ring? Are you coming? Savannah Floyd? Okay, if you're not here, Savannah Floyd, your class is being shown. Yes, okay, we're only missing one gilt. Savannah Floyd, if you're going to scratch, please let us know, or if you come to the ring, let us know, or so we can keep on moving. Thank you.
Attention on the Star Gilt side. This will be your first call. Class 1, lightweight white crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. First call, Class 1, lightweight white crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. For those of you exhibitors on the Star Gilt side, just so you're aware, if you haven't been here for the Star Gilt show before, we will be calling for Class 2 while we're judging Class 1 in the ring. So this Star Gilt side moves pretty quick, so be paying attention to your classes if you're the next class coming up. Again, this is your first call for the Star Gilt, Class 1, lightweight white crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. First call, Class 1, lightweight white crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen.
All right, here on the purebred side, the judge has released these exhibitors in the big arena. If you'll give them a round of applause while they head back to their pen. And in a little bit, we'll call the second class of Berkshires. Not yet, but in a little bit, we'll call for them.
Johnny?
Attention exhibitors on the Star Gilt side. This will be your second call. Class 1, lightweight white crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. Star Gilt, Class 1, lightweight white crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. Want to remind all you parents, ag teachers, and exhibitors on this Star Gilt side, we do the championship drive a little different than normal, being there's a sale involved. So pay attention at the end of each class, because we may be calling back more than first and second for the championship drive. I will announce it when I announce the placings at the end of each class of the Star Gilt. I will let you know how many from that class we will be calling back for the championship drive. So again, pay attention, all you exhibitors, ag teachers, and parents, to the placings of your class, because we may be calling back more than first and second for the championship drive. Attention exhibitors on the Star Gilt side. Class 1, lightweight white crossbreds. We're still missing 2 gilts in this class. Class 1, lightweight white crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. Attention exhibitors, Star Gilt side, this is your final call for Class 1, lightweight white crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. We are missing 2 gilts in this class. Class 1, lightweight white crossbred. Final call, bring them to the holding pen.
This is the first call for Class 2 Berkshires. Class 2 Berkshires, please make your way to the holding pen. Class 2 Berkshires.
Attention on the Star Gilt side, this will be your first call. Class 2, White Crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. First call, class number 2, lightweight White Crossbred, bring them to the holding pen.
I want to introduce our judge today, our original judge, Kerry Middlestat, hurt his knee and couldn't come, so on short notice. We had Jeremy Cantrell come. We're really grateful. He came on short notice. I tried to get him a couple of years ago. We couldn't quite get our scheduling worked out. He lives in Perkins, Oklahoma. That's up there by Stillwater. He's a graduate from OSU. He's judged all over the country. He's a family man. He has 4 children and a hog herd, and if you'd give him a round of applause for coming on short notice, and here he is.
Well, good morning, and again, it's certainly an honor to have the opportunity to come and work with the great young people of Texas. There's always a couple of commons that's going to happen whenever I get into this state. Great livestock, great kids, and obviously elite type showmanship that we're going to have throughout here, and then obviously great animals. So first class, obviously it comes with some debate. It comes with a little bit of back and forth, and maybe just not that one that just jumps out and says, man, I have to win. But I think that we've got nice hogs that we just got to have to piece together a little bit. Ultimately, our class winner is one that looks like a lady. She reads the most balanced. She reads the most feminine. I think she's the neatest about her head and neck. I think she's the most immature right there on the top part of her neck. And then just her symmetry, the way that things come together from the side. I think that one is the best in that regard. And then she's comfy. She's got a good loose skeleton laid into her, the angle to her hip, the bend to her hind leg, the set she has to her shoulder. Everything reads right. Everything reads good. Now let's just call it like it is. Is she stout enough for today? Does she have the shaggy legs? Does she have that extra dense skeleton? You know, for this size and this weight, I think it's very proportional, and that's certainly something that I was going back and forth on. if you want to talk about bone and if you want to talk about the extra body, the hog here coming in second is one that I think is just extremely stout. I think she has all kinds of density, all kinds of muscle and mass up high. At the same time, I don't know if just her parts and pieces blended quite as well. She got just a little meatier right there on the top part of her pole. Her ham loin hookup didn't quite balance and blend as well. And then as I start to study her hip, she maybe wants to taper out of it and maybe wants to swing just a little bit more as you put her in motion. But I thought that her extra stoutness, her extra feature, it's what allowed her to go over the Gilt in 3. Now the Gilt in 3, and the reason she pins so fast and the reason she's at the top of her class, ideal hip and hind leg placement. I love the levelness. I love the extra length of hip, and then that natural body composition that's laid into her. She looks like a lady. She looks like a good production brood sow in the making. In relation to 1 or 2, I didn't see her skull shape quite as neat. She got just a little bit flatter faced, a little deeper tine there in her neck, and then just maybe not that extra shape, that extra bulk that we had. Her top line maybe gets just a little easier right there in her ham loin hookup, but her looseness of stride, her flexibility, it's what allowed her to go to the top of this drive. And it was because of her flex, it's what allowed her to come over the Gilt coming next. And this one does reach stouter. She is heavier bone. At the same time, she's a little coarser made, a little bit more mature, and just a little more restricted as you put her on the go. I like the freshness of the Gilt that drops next, and this one's a power hog. She's got all kinds of width and shape and power. At the same time, I don't know if she just balanced and blended quite as well. She's a little bit more awkward in her hip. She's a little different in there in the way that her head and neck comes together, a little thicker there, a little bit more mature, and then again, just didn't quite balance. As we let the remaining hogs go, we run into a few more problems structurally. This is a Gilt that from the side is awfully nice. Gets just a little bit choppier there off of her rear tube. The bottom two that we're talking about next is another pair that gets just a little bit different in the way that they're put together. This is a real shapely Gilt that gets just a little thicker front end, a little rounder in terms of her hip design, and I just didn't know if she just read as loose made as a couple of those that are right ahead of her. Same can be said about the young man here. And then the remaining hogs are still very good pigs in their own right. And again, as I put these Gilts in motion, we start to run into a few more problems structurally. Really a great class to get started on. I'm excited to be here. Congratulations to these kids as they head back.
Attention on the Star Gilt side. Second call, Class 2, lightweight white crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. Second call, Class 2, lightweight white crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. Want to remind all you exhibitors, dress these Gilts with water only. Water only dressing these Gilts. No colors whatsoever trying to hide spots or enhance spots. Dress your Gilts with water only.
All right, here on the purebred side, we are starting Class 2, so if you're in Class 2 Berkshires, please come your way. And the placings were, 5th place was Tate Gant from Paradise FFA. 4th went to Bailey Coker, Mansfield FFA. 3rd, Alexis Dean, Perrin FFA. 2nd was Ailey Sims from Erith County 4-H, and our class winner was Emma Spurlock from Palmer FFA, and that's our Class 1 Berkshires. We're now judging Class 2.
On the Star Gilt side, want to remind all you parents, ag teachers, and exhibitors, because there's a sale involved during the championship drive, we may be calling back more than 1st and 2nd for each class. So be paying attention when I announce these winners on these Gilt class. So if you have a Gilt exhibitor in this class, be paying attention. I will be announcing which placings will be called back for the championship drive. Attention on the Star Gilt side. Final call, Class 2, lightweight white crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. We are missing 2 Gilts in this class. Final call, Class 2, lightweight white crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here in San Angelo, Texas, to sort through your Stars Gilt show. I can honestly say this is my first time in San Angelo. Looks like you got a nice city here, and looks like you got a nice place to have a stock show. So looks like we're going to have a warm day today, and maybe cool down quite a bit tomorrow, judging by the weather forecast. But we're going to work through them efficiently and get you where you need to be here. So we get out here in this first class of lightweight light crosses and land on a pair here that might not necessarily look like they're just all that similar in some regards, but where they are similar is they are the absolute best in this class from the surface up in terms of squareness, strength of foot, squareness of foot, squareness and where their feet strike the surface on both ends of their skeleton. You know, they might not be the most, they might not complement each other the most in terms of look or rib cage, but in terms of just building them from the ground up, they are the best two in this class, in my particular opinion. Of the two, the one I prefer is the young lady right here in front of me. Gilt didn't want to give her head quite as much when she come right out the gate. My compliments to the young lady in terms of sticking with her and kind of getting her attitude adjusted. This Gilt is the heavier boned option. She's the bigger footed option of the two. She too is the one that ties her head and neck a little higher into the top side of her blade. She's the bigger chested Gilt and the square moving Gilt as she comes directly to you. Now, if you want to come here and say the second place Gilt is got a little bit more there right out the back side of her blade in terms of just rib cage and down into her heart, I don't disagree with that at all. I like that Gilt for that potential right there. We'd just like to clean up her head and neck in terms of making barrows here for the next generation. Just pull her head and neck up out the top side of her blade just a little bit more. But I think two very good fundamental Gilts to bring a lot of extras to the table. Congratulations to both of those young ladies. Next young lady coming out here with a predominantly white Gilt. Maybe gives up some feature, especially forearm and front foot, and maybe some looseness in rear leg in relation to the other two that place on top of her. But man, that's a fresh Gilt. That's a Gilt that's very slick looking from the side. I like her side view profile. When she comes right at you, she just gives up too much arm and front foot in relation to these other two. You worked up any higher. Like a lot of things about this one, front 2/3 of this one I think are very, very good. She wants to step outside of her skeleton a little bit too much and just get a little too rigid in that rear step for me, especially for a lightweight cross at this stage of the game. Young lady does an outstanding job of getting her drove. The young lady here we actually pulled out of the tip pin, and I think has one that's got some neat pieces. Head neck attachment. That's a flat back Gilt that's got a long hip in her. It's got some substance underneath her. She just gives up too much in terms of cage and heart and center body in relation to these top four in this class. But my compliments to the young lady for sticking with her. Good class to get started with here. Looking forward to the rest of the day. Attention exhibitors. We have a missing child, Tyson Ortiz. If you are in the barn, go to your pens immediately. Okay, exhibitors on your Star Gilt side from Class 1. We will just be calling back first and second for the championship drive. Class 1, we will just be calling back first and second for the championship drive. This will be your first call. Class 3, lightweight white crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. First call, Class 3, lightweight white crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. Placings in your Class 1 white crossbred. And again, we will just be calling back first and second for the championship drive. 10th place, Lily Slimp, Palo Pinto County 4-H. 9th place, Tegan Childers, Cisco FFA. 8th place, Riley McNeely, Johnson County 4-H. 7th place, Catherine Green, River Road FFA. 6th place, Max Adams, Cedar Park FFA. 5th place, Addison Reed, Perrin FFA. 4th place, Addison Porter, Rains FFA. 3rd place, Hadley Hosh, Bell County 4-H. And again, this first and second will be the only ones called back for the championship drive in this class. 2nd place, Collins Withers, Prairie Land FFA. And your Class 1 white crossbred lightweight winner was Ashland Hill, Lipscomb County 4-H. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. This will be your second call. Star Gilt, Class 3, lightweight white crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. Second call, Class 3, lightweight white crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen.
All right, we're missing one gilt on the Berkshire side. Stony Vault from Iredale FFA. Stony Vault, your class is being shown. Let us know if you're scratched or you're still coming, please.
Attention exhibitors, final call, Class 3, lightweight white crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. Final call, Class 3, lightweight white crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. I'd like to take this opportunity on the Star Gilt side to introduce our judges. The ring judge today is Mr. Brett Byers from Sibley, Illinois. He's been involved in swine production for 47 years and raised in it since he was born. The name of his farm is the Byers Farm. They raise show pigs and purebred breeding stock. His education was Lakeland Junior College, Matin, Illinois, and Western Illinois University. His judging experience, he's judged in junior college and senior college, and he's judged many state fairs, Texas majors, and NSR shows. His wife's name is Jody, and he has 4 kids, Brooke, Lane, Kinley, and Keaton. And back in our sifting pen, we have Mr. Jim Kilmer, Monticello, Indiana. He was raised up in show pigs as well, and the name of his farm is Kilmer Swine.
Okay, on this Berkshire side, the judge has released these gilts in the arena. You can please take them back to your own pen and please give them a round of applause.
Attention in the barn, any first and second place pigs from Class 1 white crossbreds. First and second place pigs from Class 1 white crossbreds. Please come to the ring as quick as possible. First and second from Class 1 white crossbreds. Come back to the ring.
Once we get into Class 2, find ourselves a little deeper in terms of the top-end quality, I think, in this particular class, and find a pair that pairs up just a little bit more from the phenotypic and type and kind standpoint. I think both these gilts are very good in their own right in terms of their build and their functionality from the surface up. There's one that I preferred in terms of just general freshness of appearance and the height at the point of her shoulder and the shape of her head and her skull. That's the young man's gilt here to my left. He's going to go ahead and lead this particular class. Congratulations to him. Now, if you want to say the second place gilt is that much punchier in the center portion of her body, I ain't going to disagree with that. I think, man, this thing has got a lot coming out down there in her heart and out the backside of her blade. The gilt that's really good in terms of her hip and hind leg construction. Really like that stout tail head up there on her. Like to change her head just a little bit. Like to clean up her crest. Like to clean up the base of her throat there just a little bit. And like to attach her head and neck a little bit higher to the top side of her blade. That's getting pretty critical on 2 gilts that I think are very, very nice in this particular class. Young man comes out 3 with another blue gilt here that I think has the same general kind of quality as the top 2. Maybe just like to fix this one's hip and hind leg structure. Maybe like to pull her tail head up, pull her down in her hip loin there just a little bit and extend the length of her hip and extend the length of her rear step. I think the front 2/3 of that one are awful good in a lot of regards. That's just where I want to change her. This gilt right here goes into the 4 hole from this view right here. She comes right at you. She is the frailest in terms of her front foot, her front ankle, and her arm coming right at you. Love this profile right here from the side. That's a tall-shouldered gilt that's flat in her back and long and square in her hip. Got a good hind leg. Just got to have a little bit more substance when she comes directly to you to get up any higher today. Got one here that's this close. Man, I like this gilt extension. She's kind of the off-type gilt within this particular class. She's not as good in terms of her forerib and her flank. But my biggest issue is when you call around behind this one, she wants to put a lot of pressure on her outside of her hoof wall and kind of pushing her hop there a little bit too much for me. But a young lady does an outstanding job of getting her drove and getting her stuck. Congratulations to all these kids.
Attention exhibitors, we need your first and second place winners from Class 1, lightweight white crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. First and second place winners, Class 1, lightweight white crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. That's Ashland Hill, Lipscomb County 4-H, and Collins Withers, Prairieland FFA. Bring your gilts back to the holding pen. Ashland Hill, Lipscomb County 4-H, and Collins Withers, Prairieland FFA. For these white crossbreds, we will be judging 2 classes and then naming a champion. Attention exhibitors, I need your second place winner from Class 1 Lightweight White Crossbred, Collins Withers, Prairieland FFA. Bring your gilt to the holding pen. Collins Withers, Prairieland FFA. Bring your gilt to the holding pen.
This is first call for Class 3 Berkshires. Class 3 Berkshires, please come to the holding pen. Class 3 Berkshires, first call.
Well, let's give these class winning exhibitors a round of applause if they could, please. Both these gilts bring a lot of quality to the table, and Jim got back out here with me, and we discussed them just briefly and arrived on the same gilt. I think there's one out here that's just got more in the center portion of her body. She's got more in her forearm, better back in her flank. Just from a breeding gilt perspective, I think she kind of overpowers the other one. Young man out of class 2 is the champion. Congrats to him.
Nice class, and again, maybe just a little bit more debate as we get into some of these pair switches, but I do feel the most comfortable with a really elite pair to go ahead and lead with, and ultimately there is one that just has the basics and the fundamentals of balance, build, bone, form, and function, and then they come to us with just a little bit more stuff up high, maybe a little bit more tricked out, and certainly has that extra edge that we want in today's show pick. Young lady here in the middle is going to have your class win. Love just the general presentation of her, the right type of hair, the right type of fit, the right type of composition, definitely very well presented. To be picky, and if you just want to throw a dart at her, I'd like to just bend her hind leg just a fraction to go ahead and just make her absolutely bulletproof. But other than that, man, that is a square-bladed, round-bodied hog that's so good up high. If you guys get a chance, get right up on top of her and study her right out of her blade. She's got the right type of edge, the right type of spread. I love her length of hip. I love the extra stoutness of skull, the stoutness of feature, really a big-footed gilt, something that glue or paint can't disguise. That's just good foot, good toes there. The Gilt second is one that, again, I think has that kind of power, but just maybe not as neat of a package as you start to study her through the front third of her body. Gets just a little bit deeper tying there, maybe just a little more vanilla there on the back side of her shoulder, maybe just not the uniqueness, maybe not the freshness that we had in our class winner, but extremely square, extremely stout, extremely comfortable, and that's what allowed her to go in that second hole. I felt that one was just a little more secure as you got in behind her. Obviously, the young lady here didn't give me just the best view coming right out of the gate there out back. I still want to change and modify the way that she utilizes her right rear. She maybe just wants to sling it and throw it just a little bit, but man, after that, that's a deadly looking one that's got the right type of immaturity. I love her extra length that she has from her shoulders forward. She's definitely has the range of motion. I just maybe want to see a little bit more of a coordinated stride as you study her off of her rear too. The young man coming next is one that obviously gets the most out of her gilt and maybe gets just a little bit too much of a whip and a spur on her. She wants to overstep, and when she does, she wants to step outside of her body wall. As I study her there from the side, that's a deeper tying gilt that maybe just doesn't blend to the top part of her blade. Got just a little bit meatier right there on the top part of her pole, but more than anything, I just need to modify the way that she utilizes her rear too. The young lady coming next has got one that obviously is maxed out to the extreme in terms of body and mass and muscle. Gets just a little bit rounder muscled as you step in behind her. She's a little bit more of a ground pounder. I like to elevate her right there on the top part of her blade, pick her up off of her front toes, and maybe even just lean her up right there on the top part of her pole. But more than anything, just strikes me as just a little bit more bubbly as you get in behind her. The young lady dropping next has got one that is probably a little safer as you study her there. At the same time, she's just a little plainer featured, a little bit more vanilla there on the top side of her blade, and maybe just don't quite have that extra that we have in the top part of this class. Pulled this one out of the Dead Sea, and again, her bone and look from the side is what really appealed to me. You get in behind her, and that's where we need to change her. Just needs to see more thickness and just more squareness, hip hop to ground. Really a fun class. Congratulations to them all.
Bring Class 4. Class 4 stars cross white crossbreds to the holding pen. Class 4, white stars. Bring them to the holding pen.
All right, we bring that second place out of Class 2 out here in consideration for reserve in this particular division. And we land on, a couple of gilts here that aren't necessarily just all that similar, and other than the fact that they're just built really good from the surface up. I think when you start considering, which one brings more of the extras to the table in terms of some extra heaviness of structure and extra extension, being really edgy up high, I think we got to go with the Class 1 winner for reserve. Congratulations to that young lady.
Okay, here on the Berkshire side, we have placings for Class 2. Our fifth place was Colby Florence from Mansfield, FFA. Fourth was Stony Vault, Iredale, FFA. Third, Farrah Wilkinson, Lavernia, FFA. Second, Juan De La Fuente from Floydada, FFA. And our class winner was Audrey Barak from McClellan County 4-H. And that's Class 2. We're now judging the Class 3 Berkshires.
This will be your second call. Class 4, lightweight white crossbred, bring him to the holding pen. Second call, class number 4, lightweight white crossbred, bring him to the holding pen.
If I could have your attention on the star side, today we're going to be determining sale orders. At the end of each class, we'll tell you how many are going to be coming back to be considered for sale orders. Doesn't mean you're in the sale. At the end of the class or the breed or the division, whatever, they'll have it posted over there, the gilts that have been selected for the sale. It'll be on the wall. If your name is on there, go in the office and get a sales instruction sheet. They'll have them in the office. Make sure you pick that up because of some pictures you need to follow to get your gilt ready to bring her over tomorrow for photographs and stalling. Once again, we try to get those posted as quick as possible. Just kind of keep an eye on that, and they'll be putting them on the wall over there. Who will be in the sale? That won't happen until after the breed is finished.
Attention exhibitors on your star gilt side. Final call, class 4, lightweight white crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. Final call, class 4, lightweight white crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. Placing from your Class 2 White Crossbred, 10th place, Max Adams, Cedar Park FFA. 9th place, Holden Wishcamper, Collingsworth County 4-H. 8th place, Isaac Barrera, Ira Ann FFA. 7th place, Kevin Cheshire, Wall FFA. 6th place, Sawyer King, Stephenville FFA. 5th place, Blakely Bollenberg, Erath County 4-H. 4th place, Addison Jones, Killeen Career Center FFA. 3rd place, Dawson McCauley, Idaloo FFA. 2nd place, Ellis Bailey, Bryson FFA. And your Class 2 White Lightweight Crossbred winner was Stockton Matthews, Midland FFA. Good class as we get in here to the first class of the lightweights, and I think when we get them down to the top trio, I think there's one that just combines the other two and takes it to another degree in terms of heaviness of structure, and just structural correctness, particularly hip and hind leg comfort. That's the blue Gilt on the far side of the ring. She's going to go ahead and lead the way in this particular class. Just assembled the best from the surface up, meets the surface with the biggest foot and the most comfortable rear pastern of the top three, in my opinion. The young man coming here with the speckled Gilt. Gilt comes at you pretty good right here. She's got a lot of kind of neat pieces. Just needs to blend a little bit better. We need to shove her spine down in or fill in her hip-loin junction and just get into to her flank and just kind of bust her open there. Maybe it looks like a Gilt that just hasn't performed as well here at the show and maybe just doesn't feel the best here today, but I think there's a lot of quality in that particular animal. The young lady here keeps driving and works her way up here. Gilt that's square coming and going off of both ends of her skeleton. Gilt that wants to get a little flatter in her full rib. Gilt that, as the longer the drive goes, wants to give up her back line there a little bit too much for me and maybe stab those rear two just a little bit. But a nice third place Gilt. Blue mass Gilt coming out here. Probably just got a little bit too much bark on this one for me. It maybe doesn't match her head, or her mass doesn't match her skull, in my opinion. A Gilt that is square and fundamental as she comes in and leaves you. I think there's a lot of quality in this one. She just doesn't balance well enough in front to rear for me here today. Young lady coming next. This view right here has got to be better of this Gilt as she comes directly out of the pin. She wants to funnel to the surface off of the frailest front foot and frailest front ankle. Gilt puts herself together from the side pretty well, but maybe wants to get a little rounder in terms of her muscle design and her hip structure as you crawl around behind her. Young lady does an outstanding job of getting her presented. Congratulations to all these kids.
All right, we're missing one Berkshire Gilt, the Aisley Putnam from Paradise FFA. No, I'm sorry, Sanger FFA. Aisley Putnam from Sanger FFA. Please come to the show arena or let us know if you're scratched. Yeah, and if everybody leaning around the fence, if you'd kind of sit down in the bleachers, that way the people in the bleachers could see a little bit. No big deal, but if you can find a place to sit, the people in the front row can see a little better.
I'd like to recognize our champion and reserve champion, Division I Lightweight White Crossbred. Your champion was shown by Stockton Matthews, Midland FFA, and your reserve champion was shown by Ashland Hill, Richardson County 4-H. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. Will be your first call for Class 5 Lightweight White Crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. First call, Class 5 Lightweight White Crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen.
Okay. Okay, these Berkshire gilts in the holding pen, in the big arena have been released. You can go back to your pen, and if you'd give them a round of applause, we'd appreciate it.
Placings for your Class 3, lightweight white crossbred. 10th place, Bailey Morcom, Midland Legacy FFA. 9th place, Silas Lane Fawcett, Palo Pinto County 4-H. 8th place, Lacey Person, Atascosa County 4-H. 7th place, Weston Eisenhower, Baird FFA. 6th place, Maverick Bateman, Spur FFA. 5th place, Heidi Fulkerson, Palo Pinto County 4-H. 4th place, Danzer Bailey, Bryson FFA. 3rd place, Hadley Reed, Mills County 4-H. 2nd place, Memphis Wells, Coryell County 4-H. And your Class 3 lightweight white crossbred winner was Karis Carter, ICO FFA. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. So for your second call, Class 5, white crossbred, bring him to the holding pen. Second call, class 5, white crossbred, bring him to the holding pen.
Maybe a class that lines up just a little easier from my perspective. And man, I'm really pleased with the top pair that we have representing. For me, there's one that just reads a little longer on each end of her skeleton. I think just maintains balance and proportionality, and then still has the extra boldness, the extra spread, the right type of rib and cage design that we're all searching for. And then she's comfortable. She reads loose on each end of her body. She's got the right type of step, really a big-footed, heavy structure girl that kind of looks like a brood cell, but still yet has the right type of proportionality to be competitive in the ring. Young man here in the middle is going to have your class win. Congratulations to him. I love the extra bone that the Gilt in second brings. She's a stout hussy. I mean, that is a very dense forearm. She's really strong and good in terms of her pastern set. A good skulled Gilt that's got a big solid blade laid into her. At the same time, I just didn't know if her parts and pieces blended quite as good. Her necktie gets just a little bit different. She's a little flatter and harsher right there through her forerib. And then that's a Gilt that maybe wants to tuck and duck out of her hip and hind leg just a fraction as you start her on the move, and just didn't see her assembled as well, didn't see her quite as loose, didn't see her body shape quite as good. But it was because of her bone and just the spread and squareness she has when she leaves you that allowed her to go over the Gilt in 3. I prefer the look and pattern of the Gilt in 3 as I go back and forth. At the same time, that's a Gilt that gets a little straighter legged, and I just didn't know she had the right flex as he studied her going away, and then you get in behind her, and that's a Gilt that deviates. It's hip hop to ground, just needs to spread, just needs to widen. But it was because of that presence and that pattern and that composition is what allowed her to go over the Gilt that comes next. And this is a moderate powerhouse. I mean, that's the length to height ratio on her is very unique and very intriguing. At the same time, that's a Gilt that gets a little shorter and rounder about her hip, a little tighter in the way that she moves out of her hip, and then she too maybe is pushing a little bit more grease as you study her there through the front third of her body. But man, her parts and pieces are all right there. Just gets just a little bit tighter and more restricted there. The Gilt is wanting to be a little cantankerous. Obviously he's wanting to sour her up and maybe just doesn't quite have the boldness underneath, and then she too maybe wants to tighten as you start to put her on the drive. The young man's Gilt that drops next has got another heavy structured, good bodied Gilt. I just need to redesign the way that she handles her hip and hind leg. You step in behind her, she brings her hock in and just doesn't utilize her rear skeleton quite as loose or easy as you put her on the go. The young lady that rounds out the class is one that we pulled back there last minute, and then she's another one that has the right type of shape up high. I like the look that she gives you through the front third of her body, just need to change her in the way that she handles her rear too. Really a fun class. My compliments to these kids as they head back.
Okay, guys, go ahead and fire them up there. As we get into the heavyweight class of the middle crosses here, I think brings some depth in terms of quality, but brings us one that needs to lead the way and needs to lead the way pretty quick. That's the young man over here to my left. I think brings us a Gilt that has all kinds of presence, has all kinds of structure on a very, very comfortable skeleton. Proportions are good, balance is very good, very nice place to start. The blue-eyed Gilt's going to be second here. Gilt that maybe naturally just wants to run downhill a little bit more and have just a little bit more there in the base of her throat. In relation to our class winner, a Gilt that's probably not as bold and as big in her arm as she comes directly to you, but a Gilt that covers the fundamentals very, very well in terms of rib shape and center body and freshness of upper skeleton. Her heaviness of structure and her squareness to the surface is what gets her over the Gilt in 3. When we bring the young lady's Gilt in 3 out, man, that thing is attractive from the side. That's a tall-shouldered Gilt that's feminine out in front of her blade. It's got a good-sized arm when she comes directly to you. I love this profile right here, but when you crawl in behind her, she wants to funnel to the surface a little bit too much to me on a little kind of frailer foot and a little frailer ankle. If we could square her to the surface, we think about swapping that middle pair there. Congratulations, young lady. The blue Gilt coming here next. One we moved up a little bit, didn't get the best drive out of her, and she comes directly out of the holding pin the first time. Gilt that has some substance. A Gilt that maybe just doesn't blend as well. She wants to roll on her hip there a little bit and kind of tuck her hind leg and throw it a little bit every once in a while. But a feminine Gilt gilt that's fresh in her appearance. I do appreciate that about her. The young lady did a good job of keeping with her and getting her stuck. We got a blue-eyed gilt here that comes next that maybe wants to pitch a little forward in her shoulder and maybe not quite be quite as big in her arm. From there back, I think that's a gilt that's very good. I appreciate her composition up high and her skin and hair. The young man's hustle done a good job with a solid white gilt. Done a good job of keeping her white and getting her dialed in. Just need to change her shoulder angle there up front. Maybe just relax her spine just a little bit and let her handle the ring with a little more ease and movement. But a very good class. Congratulations to those kids.
All right, we're judging Class 4 Berkshire Gilts. Class 4 Berkshire Gilts, please come to the holding pen. And the placings on Class 3 were Courtney Williams from Perrin FFA. Fourth place was Avery Maris from Brownwood FFA. Third, Christy Parrish from Huckabee FFA. Second, Holt Sims from Erith County 4-H. And our class winner was John Jones from Perrin FFA. We're now judging Class 4 Berkshires.
Attention in the barn, you can bring Class 6 white crossbreds to the star side. Bring them on up. Bring it to the holding pens. Class 6 white crossbreds, star side. Bring them up.
Let's give both these kids a hand here from our class winners. Two blue gilts that bring a lot of quality to the table. There's simply one that just takes it to another level in terms of presence out in front of her blade and just the neatness to her neck and the neatness to the crest of her neck. But combining that with being very angular and very comfortable off of a very stout skeleton, young man out of that class right over there is going to have your champion. Congrats to him. Bring that second place out, and I told Jim, I said, this decision's going to get a little closer in my opinion. I think we got two gilts here that still bring a lot of quality to the table, but do it in somewhat different packages. I think we got one that here again brings it, comes at you with just a little more arm and a little more front foot, probably does it in a taller fronted kind of a fashion, and maybe just a little bit more elite looking out there in front of her blade. Young lady's blue gilt right here is going to be your reserve in this division. Congrats to her. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a third in this particular division, so we bring that other Gilt back out here to compete for third overall. And a Gilt I talked about in class, I think maybe just not feeling the best, maybe didn't feel back there in the flank there quite as well, maybe not moving quite as loose behind as I love her to today. I think there's another one out here that does all those things and does it well. The young man with the blue eyes Gilt on the far side is going to be your third overall. Congrats to him. Attention on the Star Gilt side. This will be your second call for Class 6. Bring them to the holding pen. Second call, Class 6, White Crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. You Gilt exhibitors there in the White Crossbred ring, you can be excused. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a nice round of applause.
All right, we're missing a Gilt of Berkshire. Sawyer King from Stephenville, FFA. Your class is being shown. Sawyer King. Please let us know if you're scratched or not going to show up. Thank you.
Attention, Class 6, White Crossbred, final call. On your star gilt side, Class 6, White Crossbred, bring them to the holding pen, final call. You have a White Crossbred, Class 6, final call, bring them to the holding pen. After we judge this Class 6, we will judge for champion and reserve champion heavyweight White Crossbred, and we will be calling back the champion and reserve champion lightweight White Crossbred and the champion and reserve champion middleweight White Crossbred to show for the overall champion White Crossbred of the show. I'd like to take this opportunity on the Star Gilt side to acknowledge our buckle donors. Your champion Division 1 lightweight White Crossbred buckle was donated by Pam and David Kempen, San Angelo, Texas. Your champion Division 2 middleweight White Crossbred buckle was donated by Cody and Shanna Pugh, Ackerley, Texas. And your champion Division 3 heavyweight White Crossbred buckle was donated by Joe Tidwell, Rockin' Tea Showcase. You donated these buckles. When we get ready to show for the champion, overall champion, White Crossbred of the show, please make your way to the show ring so you can present your buckle to the winner.
All right, the judge has released these Berkshire gilts in the ring. You can go back to your pen, and please give these exhibitors a round of applause for their efforts.
One of the deeper classes we've seen as we start to get up in here to the heavyweights of the light cross division, and I think we got a pair up in here that hit me pretty good coming right here out of the holding pen, and I think of that pair, I think there's one that's just simply more my kind in terms of how her head and neck ties into the top side of her blade and how clean she is about her crest. But she too is the taller fronted gilt that's longer and leveler and squarer about her hip. That's the young lady with the scarf on the far end. She's going to go ahead and lead the way in this particular class. I think a very, very nice class winner. Skin and hair here on this young lady with the dark blue gilt is awesome, and my compliments to her. Not that either one of them are bad, but she's taken it to another level in that regard. She's hustled at home, and she deserves the credit where credit is due. This thing is comfortable off of both ends of her skeleton. She's got a bigger arm as she comes directly at you than maybe the one that's in third, and a better set to her shoulder than the one that's in third. I'd like to take this thing's hip and lengthen it out there just a little bit, like to raise her ever so slightly at the point of her shoulder, but I think a very, very good pair up here on the top end. We bring that white gilt hair out of third. That is a tall-shouldered gilt that's kind of flat in her back and long in her hip. The longer the drive goes, she wants to give up back there in her hip loin there a little bit, and she wants to go forward in her shoulders just ever so slightly. She too, probably her head doesn't quite match her body cavity in terms of her muzzle there as you take her down to her snout, in my opinion. But I think three gilts up here on the top end that are very, very nice. blue gilt coming here next is the off-type one, and if this one's your kind, then run with her all day. But man, this one is stout in a lot of directions. I love her head and neck. I'd like to set her down in her hip loin. I'd like to lengthen her hip, and I'd like to suck her hind leg back in and her hocks back inside the plane of her skeleton as she gets directly away from you. Just make that whole thing work and plant and drive just a little more correct back there in the rear third of her skeleton. I got a white gilt here that's coming out in 5 that gives a good profile from the side. I'd like to peel a little bit out of her elbow pocket and just peel a little bit out everywhere. She's just a little chunkier than I like them to be. A gilt that runs uphill from a tallness of shoulder standpoint, but she too is probably the least limber of all of them in terms of getting out here and covering a lot of ground. Gilt that balances and sets up very, very well. Just like here again, like to peel a little cover off her, like to give her a little more back shape in relation to some of those that are up above her, but a very nice class. Congratulations to her. Attention Star Gilt exhibitors. We need your champion and reserve champion from Division 1, lightweight white crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. And we need your champion and reserve champion, Division 2, middleweight. Bring them to the holding pen, light white crossbred. Your champion and reserve champion, lightweight white crossbred, and your champion and reserve champion, middleweight white crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen.
Okay, these 4 gilts, you can go in the arena, you can go back to your pen. Our judges made us selections, and thank you for coming. These 4 gilts are released.
Placing from your Class 4 middleweight white crossbred, 10th place, Mackenzie Grider, Marble Falls FFA. 9th place, Boulder Abbott, Burr FFA. 8th place, Haley Carney, Chico FFA. 7th place, Caitlin Sanchez, Ranger FFA. 6th place, Nathan Gamble, Cotton Center FFA. 5th place, Henry Mitchell, Randall County 4-H. 4th place, Aline Rue, Wichita Falls FFA. 3rd place, Macy Williams, Burleson FFA. Second place, Jonathan Carrion, Stevens County 4-H. And your Class 4 winner was David Sanchez, Floyd Ada FFA.
Okay, this is first call, Class 5 Berkshires. Class 5 Berkshires. First call, please come to the holding pen.
Would also like to announce our middleweight white crossbred champion in reserve. The champion was shown by David Sanchez, Floyd Ada FFA. And your reserve champion middleweight white crossbred was shown by Cheris Carter, ICO FFA.
So Class 5 is our last class of Berkshires. So if you have a first or second place in the previous classes, kind of be on hold. Don't come yet, but we'll judge for Champion Burke.
Placing from your Class 5 white crossbred. 9th place, Ella Etlinger, Cedar Park FFA. 8th place, Hannah Garvin, Yoakum FFA. 7th place, Abby Harden, Newcastle FFA. 6th place, Evelyn Smith, Alpine FFA. 5th place, Bronwyn Underwood, Mason County 4-H. 4th place, Jordan Powers, Stephenville FFA. 3rd place, Jameson Daniel, Santa FFA. 2nd place, Kylie Huesman, Lubbock Cooper FFA, And your Class 5 winner, Cindy Smith, Midland County 4-H. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. Attention exhibitors, we need your champion and reserve champion, middleweight division, white crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. Champion and reserve champion, middleweight division, white crossbred, bring them to the holding pen.
All right, nice class. If you don't get ran over through a hog show while you're judging, you're doing something wrong. So no problem. Not the first time and certainly won't be the last. A nice class, a competitive drive. Obviously, these kids are working their tails off, and then that's fun to see. Guys, it's not easy. There's some back and forth, and you're going to have to sacrifice. I'm sacrificing things that I'd really love to talk about. Unfortunately, you have to judge what's given to you. Young lady, you've got our class winner. Congratulations to you. I don't like to start with the criticism, but let's call it out. I'd like to stouten her arm. I'd like to give her just a bigger ankle there on her front foot as you just study her from the ground up. And if that happens, if she's just a nickel stouter, we talked about this 5 minutes ago, because that's the good built, good balanced one that reads immature. She's feminine about her front end. She's got the right type of length of hip. She's got a good bend and bounce off of her rear too, and she still comes to us with some width and shape and spread. That's a nice Gilt stoutener, and that's what makes it close. The young lady in second has got all kinds of bone, all kinds of foot and feature, really a big skull, big-ended gilt that's got a lot of natural mass up high and there through her center rib. Obviously, as the drive goes on, she maybe wants to open her mouth and just tighten as you start to study her off of her rear too. We just need to loosen her. I'd like to just clean her up and maybe even just freshen her there through her crest and neck to go ahead and make her just absolute bulletproof. Young lady's doing a nice job with the cantankerous gilt. Kudos to the young man in third. He came out of the Dead Sea and continued to work his way up. My initial read is he doesn't balance good enough, and I still believe that. That's the reason she's third. She gets just a little longer bodied, a little deeper necked, and a little more off in her hip, and just doesn't paint the picture that maybe we have in a couple of these others. But just study her skeleton, man. Her skeleton is so good. She's so loose, and man, she's a stout rascal, a big-footed, a big-armed gilt. But as I said, I just like to pattern her just a little differently, and that's why she goes ahead in three. It was because of her bone and flexibility. It's what allowed her to go over the gilt that comes next. And this is another one that, again, has a lot of neat pieces. Reed's a little more fragile in terms of her bone. I didn't see her as stout as those that were right ahead of her, but good looking, really a shapely, long-hipped one. And it was because of that extra shape and that extra length of hip. It's what allowed her to go over the young man's gilt coming next. And this one's a hard one to read. Doesn't really want to cooperate too well, but I like her hip and hind leg. I like her squareness of muscle, a little lower set, a little deeper tying, and maybe just wants to run downhill a fraction as you study her there from the side. The young man that drops next has got another big scaled, long pattern gilt that gets just a little different off of her front feet. I like to just change her there, pick her up on her toes, and then just stouten her bone to go ahead and match the shape and the mass that she has up high. Up high, she's a monster. Down low, we got to stouten her and make her just a heavier duty as you study her there. Now, that's not the case for the young man's gilt that comes next. That's a big armed gilt. Gets a little rounder and shorter about her hip, a little deeper tying there through her neck, and just doesn't quite blend her parts and pieces together, wrapping up with a real solid gilt that just needs to be opened up through the bottom part of her rib and body. Still good looking from the side. Really a competitive class, a challenging class to line. My compliments to these kids as they head back.
Let's have Class 1 AOCs to the holding pens. Class 1 AOCs to the holding pens. If you're a buckle sponsor of the White Crosses, please make your way up for the buckle presentation.
Okay, as we finish up here on the White Cross side, up in the heavyweight class, I think we've got a real good kind of a class winner to go ahead and start with. Young man right here in front of me of the orange colored shirt. Brings a big, stout, comfortable one that's fresh and youthful. Just a really nice place to start, I think. My decision was in 2 and 3, honestly. The young lady is going to go ahead and be second. A gilt that just comes at you square when she hits the surface and leaves you square just the same. A gilt that is plenty moderate in terms of her size for me for a heavyweight gilt. Maybe like to clean up the crest of her neck there, but I think her balance and her overall build is what gets her into the 2-hole. The young man's gilt here in 3 comes out, and you got to appreciate her for being a solid white gilt that brings some extra structure. Got a comfortable kind of a hind leg and a big old stout tail root. A gilt that just wants to kind of get up in her spine there a little bit. She wants to do some funky stuff with her front feet as she comes directly at you in terms of some twisting and turning. And every once in a while on that right hop kind of wants to kind of funnel to the surface there to her foot just a little bit. But I think a big, productive kind of a gilt that's still feminine with a good underline and a big old stout tail root. I think her breeding pieces are pretty neat in terms of what she could do for the next generation. I got a blue one here that gets me just a little rounder, a little quicker in terms of her height at the point of her shoulders, giving up a little bit on her front feet and kind of rolling some pressure to the outside of her hook wall up there. Freshness and presentation here is very good. A gilt that's not for the faint of heart as you get her collar right directly behind her, but I think a gilt that's got some interesting pieces that I could work with in terms of breeding the next generation. Got a gilt here that's a little drier in terms of her flank, but a gilt that's got look out in front of her blade. She's got some structure. She's really big shape as you get up on top of her. She's very impressive from that standpoint. Just need to make her more agile. Maybe need to make her bigger in the center portion of her body and freshen her up to get her work on up here today. But congratulations to these kids.
All right, we're judging Class 5, which is our last class of Berkshire. So if you have a first or second Berkshire gilt, kind of be on standby, and I'll announce the placings of Class 4. Fifth was Alexander Felt from Midland FFA. Fourth was Aaliyah Garcia from Royce City FFA. Third, Austin McQuinn from Sanger FFA. Second, Rachel Gavlik from Edwards County 4-H. And our class winner was Hadley Davis from Medina Valley FFA. We're now judging Class 5 Berkshires, which is our last class.
Let's give both these class winners a round of applause if we could, please. Very, very good pair as we get up into the heavyweights here, and two gilts that I think are worthy of the title. Here again, you got one that takes it to another level in terms of heaviness of structure and just squareness as she comes directly to you. The young lady right here closest to me is going to have your champion heavy. Congrats to her. As we bring that second place out for reserve, we're in total agreement. I mean, it becomes a really, really close pair, but I think in terms of following the type and kind and of the champion, there's one out here that's just a little longer in terms of her hip and probably a little squarer as she comes directly to you. Young man with your heavyweight's going to be reserved. Congrats to him. We're gonna pick a few more here, I guess, in this particular division from a sale order standpoint. And we get out here on two gilts that got some similarities to them. I think when you start talking about one that's got some further reaching pieces in terms of extra heaviness of structure, I'd like to clean up the crest on the top side of both of their necks, to be real honest with you. But I think one that just brings some extras to the table, makes her a little more unique. Young lady right here is going to be your third overall. Congrats to her. We bring that white gilt out here into consideration for fourth overall, and I think it gets pretty easy for both of us here. There's another one out here that's just so comfortable in terms of how her hip and hind leg sits. I would like to lengthen the top of her hip a little bit, but the functionality of her hip and hind leg I think is very good. Her body cavity is very dense. Right here, young lady right here is going to be your fourth overall. Local sponsors for your white crossbred, please make your way to the show ring. This is Joe Tidwell, Rocking Key Show Pigs. If you're in the barn, please make your way to the show ring. Buckle sponsors for your white crossbreds. Your Division I lightweight white crossbred was donated by Pam and David Kempen, San Angelo, Texas. Your Division II middleweight white crossbred was donated by Cody and Shanna Pugh, Ackerley, Texas. And your Division III heavyweight white crossbred was donated by Joe Tidwell, Rocky P. Show Pig. Again, your Division I light white crossbred winner was Stockton Mathis, Midland FFA. Pam and David Kempen of San Angelo donated that buckle. Your middleweight buckle was donated by Cody and Shanna Pugh, Ackerley, Texas. And your middleweight champion winner was David Sanchez, Floyd Ada FFA. Your Division III heavyweight white crossbred buckle was donated by Joe Tidwell, Rocky P. Show Pigs. And your heavyweight champion was Kingy Smith, Midland County 4-H. Give all those donors and exhibitors a nice round of applause. Would like to take this opportunity to also recognize the reserve champions. Your lightweight Division I reserve champion was Ashland Hill, Lipscomb County 4-H. Your Division II middleweight reserve champion was Sheriff Carter, Heiko FFA. And your reserve champion heavyweight division was Jalen Miller, Alhart FFA.
Okay, we're missing one Berkshire Gilt. It is Grady Wyatt from Happy FFA. And the other one we're not sure of is Dylan Hatcher. Are you in here? Okay. So Grady Wyatt's here. I think we're good. Thank you.
Well, here again, let's give all these division winners a round of applause. We get 3 blue gilts out here, that look similar to me at least, and to Jim in terms of covering the fundamentals and the basics from the surface up. They got big feet, they got good toes, they're angular on both ends of their skeleton, and they're comfortable. And when you get to this point, it becomes which one is the hardest to manufacture on a day-to-day basis in terms of bringing the intangibles that is just so hard to come by in good show halls. There's one out here that attaches her head and blade, or head and neck to the top of her blade so well, but yet does it on the biggest, stoutest chassis in terms of going to the surface with the biggest forearm, the biggest rear leg, the biggest and most comfortable rear leg and rear foot, and does it coming out of the middleweight division. Congratulations to that young man there. As we roll on here, we bring out that reserve in that division. And she doesn't hurt the quality of the drive at all. The young lady tussled in terms of skin and hair, and I do appreciate that. There was another one that pushed the champion that is kind of a carbon copy. Here again, with just maybe not quite as many of the extras. She come out of an awful good division. Your champion heavy to reserve. Congrats to her. we get into third, we're going to pick 5 of these things, and we get another one out, the reserve heavy out of that division. She comes out here, and then that thing has got a big kind of an engine working in the center portion of her skeleton. She does it in a very, very mobile fashion. Maybe just didn't have quite the substance underneath of her as those previous 2, but she's our next favorite. Congratulations to him.
Okay, these Berkshire Gilts in the ring are released. Please go back to your pen and give them a round of applause, please. This is our last class of Berkshires. If you have a first or second place Berkshire Gilt, please make your way to the holding pen. First and second place Berkshire Gilts, please make your way to the holding pen.
Okay, we're out of heavies here. So for 4th and 5th overall, we're going to drive here a little bit. But the young man coming out of the lightweight division is our next favorite. He's going to be your 4th overall. As we get into 5th overall here, this will be the last spot we pick before we start going to the all other crosses. 2 Gilts out here that are both deserving of the title. I think here again, when you start talking about one that brings the extras to the table that are a little harder to manufacture and show hogs on a day-to-day basis, I think the reserve lightweight fits that card right there. Congrats to her, she'll be 5th overall. Attention exhibitors, on the Star Gilt side, this will be your second call, Class 1, all other crosses, lightweight. Second call, Class 1, lightweight, all other crosses. Bring them to the holding pen. Attention parents and ag teachers of the top 5 white crossbred overall that was just named. They will be going to the drug test area. We need a parent or ag teacher with the exhibitor in the drug test area, which is on the north end of the barn behind the stand. If you're an ag teacher or exhibitor of the top 5 white crossbred overall that was just named, they're going to the drug testing area and they need a parent or an ag teacher to accompany them. Placings for your Class 6 white crossbred. 9th place, Katie Littlejohn, Potter County 4-H. 8th place, Judson Hamilton, Spur FFA. 7th place, Jagger Monroe, Boston County 4-H. 6th place, Ainsley Kelly, Pleasanton FFA. 5th place, Carson Cox, Paradise FFA. 4th place, Taylor Chase, Gerald FFA. 3rd place, Mason Hunter, Liberty Hill FFA. 2nd place, Rylan Hamby, Williamson County 4-H. The Class 6 winner was Jalen Miller, Dalhart FFA.
Okay, we need the first and second Berkshire Gilts to the holding pen. We're finishing up Class 5. First and seconds, please come. After that, we'll do the dark OPBs. So we only have 2 classes of dark OPBs. They're not big. So if you have a dark OPB, please get ready.
In your heavyweight white crossbred division, your champion was Kimby Smith, Midland County 4-H, and your reserve champion was Jalen Miller, Dalhart FFA. Your top 5 white crossbred overall, 5th was Ashland Hill, Lipscomb County 4-H. 4th place was Stockton Matthews, Midland FFA. 3rd place was Jalen Miller, Dalhart FFA. And your reserve champion white crossbred overall was Kendi Smith, Midland County 4-H. And your champion white crossbred overall was David Sanchez, Floyd Ada FFA. Give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Tell them that you heard them kids act just like he did.
Attention Star Guild exhibitors for your all other crossbreds. We have 12 classes today of all other crossbreds. We will judge class 1 through 4 and then judge for champion lightweight. Then we'll do class 1 through 4 the middleweight, and then judge for champion middleweight, and then we'll do 4 classes of heavyweight and judge for champion heavyweight.
Nice class to wrap up the Berkshires, and quite frankly, we were studying second through on. I found our class winner to be a very logical and easy place to start. We start these hogs at the ground. We've talked about it all day or all morning, and that's a good-footed gilt that just maintains squareness from the top of her blade to the arena surface, and then you study her proportions, and then she still just proportions extremely well. She's a stout-featured, heavy-legged gilt that's got a good body turn. I love the spread and the shape that she has, her length of hip, the bend she has through her hind leg, and then just how bold and square and true she leaves you. A really nice one to go ahead and lead with. Spent a lot of time between second through fourth, and ultimately the good-looking, good pattern gilt edges out the gilt that is probably better as she comes at you. The gilt here, I just love the silhouette, the picture she paints from the side. Extra stylish, extra attractive from her shoulders forward. So good in terms of the edge and the roll that she has there on the back side of her shoulder. Fitted to a T, compositionally about perfect. I love just the squareness and the power that she has right out of her pin set. She's so good when she leaves you. We got to change her up front. She gets just a little straighter shouldered. She wants to come in at her knee, and I just need to open her and square her chest knee to ground, and then just rock that shoulder back into her. And then, man, that makes a hard push there for that class win. It was because of her design and just the way that she left me is what allowed her to go over the gilt in 3. Now, the gilt in 3 is better shouldered. She's better through her chest and knee. At the same time, she's a little thicker right there on the top part of her pole. Just not as impressive when you step in behind her. But it was her body shape and just her athleticism that allowed her to go over the gilt coming next. The gilt that drops out next has probably had a slight advantage in terms of just appearance and just presentation. Young lady's doing just an awesome job on hair and skin. In relation to those that were right ahead of her, that's a gilt that maybe wants to drop out of her hip, tapers there, maybe just wants to get a little more rigid in her spine, a little deeper tying there in her neck, but man, her bone work is good, her length of stride is good, really a high quality one to be that far down the line. Young lady that drops out next can drive the wheels off of this one, and I love just the show ring presence that this gilt gives. Really an up-headed gilt. Her length to height ratio is spot on, a strong backed one. At the same time, didn't read her with as much feature and bone as we had in the upper part of the drive. Gets just a little bit thicker necked, a little meatier there on the top part of her pole, and maybe just didn't quite have the composition that we were searching for at this particular weight, but still yet a good-bodied power hog that, again, has a real neat look from the side. Young lady that drops out next has got another one that's tall-shouldered and short-bodied. At the same time, a little plainer fronted, a little more different in the way that she handles her hip and hind leg, and then just body shape. Reads just a little flatter there through her center, rounding out the class with one that, again, has lots of good, lots of value, long pattern, big-chested, a little more awkward in the way that she handles her hip and rear tube. Really a fun class to sort. My compliments to him as they head back.
Okay, we're now judging for champion Berkshire, and the placing in Class 5 was 5th, Paisley Wells from Coryell County. 4th, Sawyer Owenby from Hill County. 3rd, Carla Vasquez from Fort Stockton FFA. 2nd, Ava Luke from Hampshire Fannet FFA. And our class winner was Cooper Sands from Ward County 4-H. We're judging champion Berkshire. Our next breed is dark OPBs. So this is a first call for dark OPBs. We only have 2 classes. This first class, there's 24 entries. First call for dark OPB. Please come to the holding pen.
Attention exhibitors, this will be your first call, Class 2, lightweight AOC, bring them to the holding pen. First call, Class 2, lightweight, all other crossbreds, bring them to the holding pen. Again, you all other crossbred exhibitors, we will judge Class 1 through 4 of the lightweight crossbreds and then choose a champion and reserve champion lightweight. Then we will judge Class 5 through 8, middleweight, all of the crossbreds, and then judge for champion and reserve middleweight. And then judge Class 9 through 12, heavyweight, and judge for champion and reserve champion heavyweight. Then come back and judge for overall, all other crossbred of the show, top 5.
Folks, if you would, let's put our hands together for the class winners. We have obviously hogs that came out of super tough classes with just lots of quality, feel very comfortable with how they represent each of their weight divisions. For me, I think it gets down to between a pair of them. They fall in line with things that I hope to do throughout the day, building them from the ground, the 3 Bs, if you will, bone, build, and balance, and then we hope to get in all the extras that we can stack on them after we get those things accomplished. For me, there's one that just continues to come to me and just rises in terms of just general presentation. I love just the presence that this gilt gives. I love just the angularity to her skeleton, her length of hip, her hind leg, and then I just think she reads cleaner jointed than the one that's probably going to be reserved. You step in behind her, she's wide, she's powerful, she's square, she's true. Body shape, proportionality, all spot on with this one. Young man in the wild colored shirt's going to have champion. Congratulations.
Will be your second call on the Star Gilt side. Class 2, lightweight, all other crossbreds, bring them to the holding pen. Second call, Class 2, all other crossbreds, bring them to the holding pen.
dropped the Gilt and second out, and as we talked during class, just reads with so much bone and feature, a big skull, big bladed Gilt that's got a big arm and a good stout front foot. You know, in comparison, that's a shorter fronted, deeper tying Gilt that maybe just doesn't quite handle her hip and maybe just want to redesign her hip as you put her on the motion. So there was another one that I felt pushed our champion. I didn't read her quite as clean jointed when you step in behind her, maybe not quite as neat right there on the top part of her pole, but man, just her shoulder blade, her chest width, her bone, the body shape that she has, and just that natural spread she has up high, it's all spot on. Young man's heavyweight's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Okay, here on this Berkshire side, we've concluded our Berkshire Gilt Show, and the grand champion, or the champion Berkshire, was John Jones from Parent FFA. And our reserve champion was Cooper Sands from Ward County 4-H. And that concludes our Berkshire show. We're now judging dark OPBs. There's only 2 classes. Then we'll start our Durocs. So if you have one of them early classes of Durocs, get ready. It won't be long.
From the chutes to the stalls, barns to the big leagues, Sullivan Supply has you covered with innovative products designed for success. But it's not just about the products, it's about the experience. Our dedicated team is passionate about providing exceptional customer service and understands your unique challenges and goals. For us, it's more than just a business. It's a genuine commitment to our industry. With Sullivan Supply, you can trust that you're not just a customer. You are a part of our team, driven by passion, innovation, and excellence. Sullivan Supply, committed to you. From the chutes to the stalls,
think we got a lot of different types and kinds as we get into this lightweight class. But got a pair out here that I'm pretty comfortable with from a body shape standpoint, from a structural correctness standpoint, and squareness of build. I think both of them excel in this particular regard. But I think there's here again one that's probably just that much more of a show hog in terms of bringing her head and neck out the top side of her blade and being a little squarer at the top of her hip and just looking more like an elite kind of an animal. The young lady here with the calico gilt is going to go ahead and lead the way in this particular class. Congratulations to her. With the belted gilt, I think she might have been the very first pig to come out of the holding pens over here, and I thought, you know, there's one that can win a class. I mean, McGilt is starting to drop her jaw a little bit, but it's really not affecting the way she moves out here. She just likes to be a little more vocal. But the longer you study her, she probably wants to trail off in the top of her hip and get a little rounder in terms of her hip construction. Maybe wants to tuck that hind leg just a little bit and maybe just not be as neat and out there from her blade forward, I guess I should say. But I think a very nice pair up here on the top end. Gilt here that didn't hit me coming right out of the gate, but worked her up a little ways, and my compliments to this young lady, because even when she got brought back out, she was covered up and she spun, and so I could see this gilt, and that's a good showman right there. And whoever's kid this is, or whoever you are, you need to be proud of the presence that you have and the awareness that you have for the ring. But a gilt of silhouette from the side, very, very good. Tall-shouldered, flat-backed, long, level hip gilt. Just maybe is a little more average in some regards. Doesn't bring the extras in terms of bone and feature. Maybe just like to get into the center of her and make her a little more robust, especially down there in her heart region and back into her flank. But the young lady does an outstanding job of keeping with her. My compliments to her. Fourth and fifth as we come out here next. Two gilts that kind of got sour attitudes on us. Two gilts, we just go ahead and let them both out. That maybe like to just dent, maybe make them a little more dense in terms of their feature. Maybe they like to make them a little stouter in terms of their skull and their jawline to get them worked up here today. But I think a very, very nice pair. Congratulations to all these kids in this first class.
Let's have Class 2 AOCs, Class 2 all other crossbreds. To the star side, Class 2 all other crossbreds. Class 3, there's where I'm at. Class 3.
Attention you exhibitors from Class 1, all other crossbreds. When we call back to your champion lightweight crossbred drive in Class 1, we will be calling back first through fourth place. So first, second, third, and fourth from Class 1, all other crossbreds will be called back for the lightweight championship drive. Again, this is your second call. Class 3, all other crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. Second call, Class 3, all other crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. You crossbred exhibitors there in the ring, you can be excused. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a nice round of applause. Placings from your Class 1, all other crossbred. 10th place, Dakota Smith, Abilene Cooper FFA. 9th place, Emery Alexander, Abilene High FFA. 8th place, Emily Agundis, Very Best FFA. 7th place, Payson Lazarus, Little FFA.
Okay, sorry.
6th place, Reed Warner, Tolar FFA. 5th place, Allie Hamilton, Perrin FFA. And in 4th place, and keep in mind again, exhibitors, first through fourth will be called back for your lightweight Other Crossbred champion drive. Fourth place, Braylon Crooks, Perrin FFA. Third place, Hannah Garvin, Yoakum FFA. Second place, Dylan Moorhead, Ingram FFA. And your Class 1 All-Other Crossbred winner was Macy Williams, Burleson FFA.
All right, we're missing a gilt on the dark OVB side. Amelia Ishmael from Johnson County 4-H. Are you in the ring? Are you scratched or coming? Oh. Anyway, your class is being shown. Amelia is, I think she's in, are you pointing at her? Okay, she's in the ring. Thank you. Okay, these gilts in the ring are released. If you'll please go back to your pen, and everybody give them a round of applause. That appreciated. This is going to be the first call for Class 2 dark OPBs. It's a small class. After that, we start the Durocs after we judge the champion dark OPB. So if you have a young Duroc, be on standby. But this is the first call for dark OPB, and it's our last class of them.
she's got the most when you get in behind her. She's the widest out of her hip and pin set, probably even the stoutest in terms of her foot size. At the same time, she's a lower set gilt that maybe wants to read a little deeper tying there through her neck. Doesn't quite balance as well, doesn't quite read with the squareness that we have in those that were right ahead of her, and then more than anything, a little bit tighter in terms of her hip design. But man, bone, shape, muscle, mass, it's all spot on with that one. The young lady's gilt that drops next is a long-sided, extended, attractive made gilt that just reads with some quality about her. At the same time, she's a little bit more upright in terms of her shoulder set. She's a little tighter and more robotic in the way that she handles her hip. And then as I work her towards the ground, I didn't read her bone work quite as stout as you started to study her foot and front arm. But yet, length of pattern and then just design. A young lady does a great job of getting that one presented as well. The young man's Herf gilt is another one that just reads with so much quality. An up-headed, loose-made gilt that's got a good body shape laid into her. I love her composition. In relation to those that are right ahead of her, gets a little bit more fragile in terms of her rear leg bone, and she's another that maybe wants to tuck up underneath her as you start to study that rear leg action, but yet quality, balance, presence, that gilt does it extremely well. The young lady's gilt that drops next has got one that's stouter than that one that was right ahead of her. At the same time, a little neater, a little meatier in the right there in the top part of her pole, a little shorter coupled on each end, and then she too maybe just doesn't quite read a square as you step in behind her. Rounding out the class with one, the young lady just fought her way to get to this particular point. In relation to those that are right ahead of her, a little tighter in the way that she's assembled on each end of her body, and then her front end maybe reads a little plainer, but yet a good gilt there in her own right. Really a fun class. Congratulations to these kids.
All right, our placings in the first class, dark OPBs. Fifth was Slayton Vaught from Ardell, FFA. Fourth was Colby Florence, Mansfield FFA. Third, Lily Wilkins, Royce City FFA. Second, Olivia O'Brien from Weiss County 4-H. And our class winner was Stockton Matthias from Midland FFA. We're now judging Class 2 Dark OPBs, which is our last class. Then we'll start with the youngest class of Durocs. If you were first or second in that first class, Dark OPBs, be ready to come back in a minute for the champion drive.
Okay, as we get in here to the top end of Class 2, we got a pair out here that suit me pretty good, and I think of that pair, there's just one that's just simply more athletic off of both ends of her skeleton. She has a very, very high head carriage and wants to fight sometimes, but when you let her relax and study the angulation to her shoulder, I call it plenty good in that regard for as high as she wants to crank her head. A young man right over there on the fence needs to go ahead and win. Just a gilt that suits me a little bit better. This one right here propping up on the standstill is going to take a very, very good picture. That's a dense gilt that's got a good kind of a stout head on her, but yet good in her neckline. She's good back through her hip. She just gets a little tight and restricted off of both ends of her skeleton, particularly behind. Just a little too tight in that rear step for me to work her on up in a breeding gilt scenario. The young man coming here next has got one that looks very attractive from the side. I mean, skin and hair is dead on here. He's done his homework. A gilt that doesn't bring as much substance, particularly up there in her forearm and her front foot as these top two in this particular class. Maybe a little frailer about her head and her muzzle there just a little bit in relation. But a gilt that is good in terms of her center body cavity. She's good in her composition up high. Young man does an outstanding job of getting her drove. Congratulations to him. Got one here, the silhouette's great from the side. I mean, you like a lot of things about her. I like her skull. I like how it attaches to her head, or how it attaches to the top side of her shoulder. I like her looseness and the way she hinges off of both ends. This view right here and then crawl around behind her is what gets her into the four hole. There's just not enough genuine mass and width of structure in this one to get her worked up any high. They've done a good job of getting some backup in her, but it just doesn't match what we got down low at the surface to get her worked up any higher. Got another good profiling one here that's really good in her fore rib down there, in there to her flank. She's not as good coming right at you in terms of her knee set, and man, she's not for the faint of heart as she gets directly away from you. She's packing a lot back there, going away, maybe a little bit too much for me in a breeding gilt scenario, but a very nice class. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
Let's try this again. Let's bring Class 4 AOCs to the holding pen. Let's have Class 4 AOCs to the holding pen. Folks, we have posted the sale gilts that are going to be in the sale for the white crossbred. It's on the wall. So go over there and look. If you were selected for the sale, you will be up there. You'll see your name. Now go in the office and get a sales information sheet. Ask them for that and to give you all the instructions for tomorrow and getting ready to set up for our sale. Please do that now. Go check and see. If you have a crossbred gilt and she's not on there and you want to go home, well, you be safe. So make sure you go check the wall. The white crossbreds are posted. Pick up a sales sheet. Sales information sheet.
Attention you exhibitors from Class 2, all other crossbreds. For the champion lightweight drive, we will just be calling back first and second place from Class 2. Just first and second place from Class 2, all other crossbreds will be called back for the champion lightweight crossbred champion drive. Class 4, all other crossbreds, bring them to the holding pen. Class 4, all other crossbreds, bring them to the holding pen.
All right, the judge has released these dark OPB gilts in the arena. You can go back to your pen and please give these exhibitors a hand for their efforts. And this is our last class of dark OPBs. We only had 2. If you're a first or second place dark OPB, please make your way to the holding pen because we'll judge for champion. The first and seconds, please start making your way up here.
Attention crossbred exhibitors. David Sanchez, Florida FFA, you have the champion white crossbred. Could you come to the announcer's stand and bring your banner, please? David Sanchez, could you come to the announcer's stand and bring your champion banner, please, sir?
Okay, we need the first and second place dark OPBs. Please come to the holding pen. The first and second dark OPBs. We just judged you. Please make your way here.
Placings from your Class 2, lightweight all of the crossbreds. And remember, from Class 2, we will just be calling back first and second for the championship light crossbred drive. 11th place, for our right, Huckabee FFA. 10th place, Blythe Waters, Tank Creek FFA. 9th place, Reese Willis, Royce City FFA. 8th place, Molly McFadden, Westbrook FFA. 7th place, Laura Pinkston, Erath County 4H. 6th place, Presley Elston, Erath County 4H. 5th place, Danielle Garrett, Miller Grove FFA. 4th place, Isabella Ketchum, Huckabee FFA. 3rd place, Riker Wilson, Erath County 4H. 2nd place, Owen Newton, Zephyr FFA. And your Class 2 winner was Nathan Gamble, Cotton Center FFA. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Okay, we still need the dark OPB, the first class, the second place hog. You need to be up here in case you show for reserve champion. The second place of Class 1 dark OPBs. If you'd head up here, it'd make it a lot. Here it comes. Thank you.
awesome way to wrap up these dark OPBs. The young man's gilt comes out and just has such an intimidating look whenever she comes right at you. I love just the boldness and the trueness that she has through her chest and knee. She is a stout rascal. I love the extra bone in the forearm that she's got. And then to have that much feature and that much stoutness, she still does just an incredible job of just maintaining balance and proportionality. She's a long-fronted, long-hip gilt that's tall-shouldered and strong-backed. She's square as you start to study her front to back and top to bottom. If you want to throw a dart in her, I'd like to clean her left hock just a fraction, but it doesn't impede her, it doesn't impact her any at all, but just to be a little critical, clean her left joint up just a shot, and man, you know, it was just really a very easy decision after that. Felt that the gilt in second was the most like her, and man, that is a very three-dimensional gilt that again just maintains comfort and endured the drive. She's got stoutness and bone. She's got a good fresh back that's laid into her. I like just the natural feel that's laid into her forerib and flank. In relation to the gilt that beats her, I didn't see her as elevated right there at the top of her blade. Didn't see her quite as neat in the way that she's put together from the side, and then maybe just not that extra punch that we had underneath as he started to go back and forth. But her extra bone, her extra body shape, it's what allowed her to go over the gilt in three. The gilt in three, young lady does just a terrific job of getting this one presented. In relation to one or two, I didn't see her parts and pieces blending as well. Got just a little deeper tying there in her neck transition, wants to pinch just a fraction right there in her ham loin hookup, and then in motion, got just a little more robotic in the way that she utilized her hip, and then maybe just not the bone work that we had. But I did think that just her extra shape and her extra style, it's what allowed her to go over the gilt coming next. And this is a big-bodied, high-volume gilt that maybe just throws her off just a fraction in terms of balance. I didn't see her base as wide or as true. As you start to study her, that one underneath reads a little shorter there on each end. More than anything, I just need to crack her open underneath. I did think that she was just looser hinging and then just more right in terms of her body length as we get into the gilt that comes next. And this is a good gilt. The young man's doing just an awesome job on hair and skin and presentation. Another one that maybe gets just a little longer bodied, and as a result maybe just didn't quite keep her top line quite as well. Didn't read her as shapely, didn't read her as dimensional, but yet her length of front and length of pattern is very appealing for today's times. A big stout one here that wants to get her shoulder a little further forward, got just a little tighter moving there out back, but yet I love her bone work, and just her overall mass is very interesting, especially for that particular breed. A good gilt to wrap up on, and maybe just doesn't quite handle herself quite as loose or easy as you put that one in motion. Reads a little rounder hip as you get in behind her. Really a fun way to wrap up. Good job, kids. Congratulations to them all.
Attention exhibitors, this will be your second call, Class 4, all other crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. Second call, Class 4, all other crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. Well, we start getting into some heavier weights here in the lightweight division, and certainly got a pair up here, and I kept more out of this particular class than what I have to this point today, and I think we got a pair up here that bring a lot of quality to the table. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I think either one of them's perfect, not to be a downer, but I can pick on both of them quite a bit, to be real honest, but I think these two young ladies have done an outstanding job of getting them drove, getting them presented. I think maybe one brings a little more of the extras to the table, and there's one I can live with the hind leg on a little bit better. That's this young lady right here, closest to me. She's not the one that's the extra big-legged one. She's not the tricked out one out front. But in terms of just overall function, this one is the best one in terms of hip and hind leg and cleanness to her joints, the fluidity that she hits the surface with, and that kind of demands your attention right out the gate. I think she's not the big-chested one. Like I said, she's not the ESP gilt, but she's the most balanced one, in my opinion, that comes with the best angles and the best comfort. She's certainly the most athletic. Now this one here, if you prop her up on a backdrop, is going to take an awesome picture. I mean, that's a tall shoulder, flat back gilt. It's got a long hip in her, and she's got some big legs underneath of her. I don't know how how much of her leg, how much of the bigness to her rear leg is the swelling that's in her hop joint and the swelling that goes from there to her rear foot. It would be curious to know. The longer the drive goes, she wants to start dancing east to west off of those rear two. She's just not as comfortable, and I think that's got something to do with the swelling back there in her joint. But that is a very, very good animal. She gets that cleaned up in there. That one's got better days in front of her for sure. A gilt here that just proportions extremely well. This is a short-bodied gilt that's long on both ends of her skeleton. This is a heavy-duty gilt that's flexible on both ends of her skeleton as well. A gilt that you get up on top of her is the least impressive from a composition standpoint. She gets pretty plain coming out the backside of her blade, gets a little plainer as she gets directly away from you. But talk about covering the basics on one that does it real well with some really, really big limbs. Congratulations to that young lady on a very nice third place gilt. The next gilt coming out here, probably a little more tricked out from her blade forward in relation to the third place gilt. This one's just got to move better for me behind. She wants to knuckle up on those rear pasterns and just kind of stab them to the surface. She too is probably the flattest in her forerib and the driest in her flank in relation to the top end of this class. Good job to that young person there. The young lady coming out here does an outstanding job of getting this one drove, and she does an outstanding job of getting her full, maybe a little too full. It kind of pulls away from her balance. She gets a little too puffy in there in the center portion of her body, maybe pulls away from just being a little more average in terms of her substance and structure. She too is probably the flattest as she gets directly away from you, but that picture right there is pretty good from the side. Congratulations to all these kids in this particular class.
Okay, over here on the Darko PB side, we've got a pair of class winners that represent their contemporaries extremely well, and then we went ahead and brought out the seconds behind them. And I guess for me, there is one that just really hit me hard out back, and I just love her breeding value. I love to put her into that next phase in life. She reads like a mover and shaker. She's got those out there pieces, but still yet does a great job of just being foundationally sound, like we talked about in her class. Maybe just want to clean her up just a fraction there in her hocks. Again, the bend of it's right, and everything just goes in terms of just her flex. A very interesting one. And then out here for reserve, I do think it gets maybe a little bit closer, but the reserve is just simply a little bolder chested and a little square kneed. Those two heavyweights will be champion and reserve. Congratulations to them both.
So our class winner and champion Darko BB was Cooper Holman from Kendall County 4-H. And the placings in the second class was Hudson Music from Stephenville FFA. Fourth, Gracie DeHaan from Midlothian FFA. Third, Riley McKinley from Johnson County 4-H. Second, which was also our reserve champion, Darko B, was Addison Porter from Rains FFA. And then our class winner again was Cooper Holman of Kendall County. So we have completed the Darko PB show. We are now starting on the Durocs. I think we have 7 classes, the biggest breed. We'll see how far we go before we break for lunch, but we'll just keep on moving on. I did it when I did it. Yeah, I already did. Yeah.
Attention star exhibitors, we need your first and second place winners from class 3. Bring them to the holding pen. Your first and second place winners from class 2. All other crossbreds, bring them to the holding pen. And your first, second, third, and fourth place winners from class 1. All other crossbreds, bring them to the holding pen. First, second, third, and fourth from class 1. All other crossbreds. First and second from class 2. All other crossbreds. And first and second from class 3, all other crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen. placings for your Class 3 All Other Crossbreds. 10th place, Kendall Fitch, Leander FFA. 9th place, Kason Kelly, Pleasanton FFA. 8th place, Caden Barker, Stephenville FFA. 7th place, Jagger Monroe, Boston County 4-H. 6th place, Bronwyn Underwood, Mason County 4-H. 5th place, Ainsley Kelly, Pleasanton FFA. 4th place, Holt Sims, Erath County 4-H. 3rd place, Collins Withers, Prairie Land FFA. 2nd place, Shelby Elkins, Coleman FFA. And your Class 3 winner was Ailey Sims, Erath County 4-H. Attention all other crossbred exhibitors. We need your first and second place winners from Class 3 all other crossbreds. Your first and second place winners from Class 2 all other crossbreds. And your first, second, third, and fourth place winners from Class 1 all other crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen. Another class that brings us challenges, but yet brings some quality as well. And I think we got a pair out here that do that very, very well. I think of the pair, there's one that's just a little denser in terms of her skeleton and does it with just a little more ideal set to her hind leg. That's the young lady right there in the blue is going to go ahead and win this particular class. I prefer her just forerib and her comfort and her athleticism. She's not necessarily the taller-shouldered one of the two, or just the more tricked-out one up front, but I think she's the basic, fundamental one, or I shouldn't say basic, but she's the fundamental, best-built one, most athletic one that's ideal in terms of her hip and hind leg set. The young lady here, I moved up a little bit, and she didn't get the best drive coming out the first time, and and I really thought that Gilt was going to push out behind, but the longer she gets in here and settles in, I think a Gilt that needs to be in second. A Gilt that is more attractive from her blade forward in relation to our class winner. A Gilt that is taller at the point of her shoulder. She's really impressive up high. This view right here is not for the faint of heart. I'd like to suck that back in just a little bit and make her a little more athletic from that standpoint. But I think a very nice pair of Gilts up here on the top end. The breeding piece comes out in 3, and this thing's got all kinds of feature and all kinds of bigness to her rear leg and her rear foot, and she's got a neat neck, and she's got a strong top line. She's just too flat in the center portion of her body there for me to get work her up any higher. If she's the breeding piece you need to go home and try to take to one of those boards that's got a little bit more just general rib cage and center body shape, but just a little bit more of a powerful hog. I think, she's an interesting breeding piece from a show gilt perspective. She's a little too flat for me here today. Fourth place Gilt comes out here next. The Gilt would maybe like to pick her head and neck up the top side of her shoulder and just relax her in her spine and just kind of make all that blend just a little bit better. Now this is a powerful Gilt that's square off the both ends of her skeleton and good enough in her rear step. Just doesn't balance as well from the side or stay as put together from the side the longer the drive goes. Got one here that's a little, I don't know if she's just a little nutty or what her deal is, but she just don't want to get out here and just go and just be smooth. And it's hard to interpret her hind leg. I read her hip and hind leg a little rounder in terms of her muscle composition and her rump structure there. This view right here is certainly good enough coming right at you, and she's good enough compositionally up high and in the center portion of her body. She just needs to put herself together from the side a little bit better. Young lady's doing a good enough job of trying to get one that's a little stubborn growth here today.
And we have Class 5 AOCs, all other crossbreds, Class 5, bring it to the holding pen.
We're missing a Duroc Gilt, Addison Fomby from Levelland, FFA. Please, Class 1st Duroc, Class 1 Durocs, let us know if your scratch are going to come, Addison Fomby, or if you're in the ring. Okay, on this Duroc side, our judge has released these exhibitors in the ring. You can go back to your own pen, and please give them a hand for their efforts. And people are asking as far as breaking for lunch. We're going to break around noon. We'll see how deep we get into these Durocs because we'll break, between classes. I think there's 7 classes. But we're going to break in that noon area and let you know more distinctly later.
Let's give all 4 of your class winners over here a round of applause if we could, please. Been a good first division. Looking forward to getting to some heavier weights here and got some quality up here at the top end. And maybe we don't have that one that's just as bulletproof clear quite yet, but I think we got 4 of them that bring a lot of quality to the table. And of those 4, me and Jim are in complete agreement here. I think there's just one that totals up better than the rest of them. Good enough looking, really good hip and hind leg, really good in the center portion of her body, driven very well and presented as such. The young lady out of your last class is going to be your champion. as we bring that second place Gilt out in that class, and that was a good class, so she comes right into contention. I think that this is up for discussion. You could go a lot of different ways and justify a lot of different things. I think the one that probably hits us the next most unique in terms of when she just kind of slows down and you can read her a little bit better, that second place class 4 Gilt right here is going to be the result of this division. As we get out here for third, and there's another one out here that's been a little harder, a little bit more of a challenge for the young person to drive. But I think when this one settles down and you can just read her, she doesn't come with as much foot and bone as top 2 in this particular division, but we feel she's the next best one. Young man over here out of class 2 is going to be your third overall. As we bring that second place Gilt out here, talked about her in class and just wish we could hinge her a little looser, particularly off of those rear 2 and drop her in her flank there a little bit more. I think there's another one out here from a breeding piece standpoint that brings some extras that are hard to make in hogs in general. Like I said, take this one home and get her bred to the right boar. I think you can really make some progress. This third place Gilt right here is going to be your 4th overall in this division. We get out here for 5th in this particular division. We're out of pigs out of that heavyweight class. We're just going to drive these 3. I think it comes to a pair in contention for me here. And I think of that pair, there's just one that brings some extra substance to the table. She's not the most attractive headed one out here, but the rear 2/3 of this one is incredible. This young lady right here is going to be your 5th overall.
Okay, this is the first call for Class 2 Durocs. First call for Class 2 Durocs. Please make your way to the holding pen. Class 2 Durocs.
Attention all other crossbred exhibitors. This will be your second call, Class 5. Bring them to the holding pen. Second call, Class 5. All other crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen.
interesting class we have. Just a lot of debate, a lot of back and forth. We landed on one that, again, you know, she comes at you and she wants to come in at her knee and ever so slightly. And after that, man, that's the one that that we're looking for. You know, you talk about one, she comes out of the gate, initial impression in terms of wide-eyed and stout-featured and big-skulled, and then she's got a good, clean, youthful neck that's laid into her. She's big in her arms. She's stout in her foot. She's got the right type of angularity to allow length of stride and athleticism and just enduring the drive. And just her proportionality, I felt, was extremely good. Body shape, it's all there. The combination Gilt, tweak her in an area, and again, we're talking about this minutes ago. A young lady in second probably holds a slight advantage in terms of the way that she comes at you. At the same time, she reads just a little plainer up front, got just a little meteor right there on the top part of her pole. Didn't hit me with the feature. I didn't see just the extra spread that we had in our class winner up high. And she too maybe wants to get just a little bit awkward in the way that she handles her rear too by comparison. I did think that she was just safer built as we get into the Gilt in 3. The Gilt in 3's tricked out. She's the one that's got the best hair and skin. She's the one that's the most ready in terms of composition. I just love her extra style and her extra look. Definitely wins in terms of show ring presence. At the same time, for this size, get in behind her. That's a Gilt that maybe wants to get her hawk there on the outside of her body wall. And for where we're at in weight, I'm just worried it's only going to continue to get worse and widen. But man, everything else about that Gilt I love. I just need to bring her back in, hip hawk to ground. A cantankerous Gilt that comes out next, and this one's a little bigger scaled, a little later maturing. But man, that's an athletic Gilt that's got a good bend to her hind legs. She's stout. She's a little harder middled, a little flatter there through her forerib and body, and then maybe just doesn't quite read a square in terms of her hip design. Obviously, her attitude doesn't help that regard at all. I love a lot of things about the Gilt that drops next. Extra shag, extra stout, extra big-footed. In relation to those that were right ahead of her, gets just a little longer, throws her off just a fraction, maybe just doesn't keep her bottom line quite as neat and level as you start to study her there. And she's another that maybe wants to get just a little bit more robotic in the way that she handles those rear two, but still a very neat kind of a Gilt that's got a lot of really neat breeding pieces there. Rounding out the class with a pair of them that maybe got just a little bit more upright, maybe just didn't quite come at me was as bold. I didn't see the extra spread that we had in the upper part of the drive. Still a very high quality set all the way through. My compliments to them all.
All right, the placings in the first class of Durocs was 5th, Samantha Young from Lubbock Cooper FFA. 4th, Addison Henson from Floydada FFA. 3rd, Riley Hoffman, Tom Green County 4-H. 2nd, Chloe Aparicio from James Madison FFA. And our class winner was Cassidy Whitaker from Breckenridge FFA. And that's your Class 1 Durocs. We're now judging Class 2 Durocs.
Placing from your Class 4, all Other Crossbred. 9th place, Emma Spurlock, Palmer FFA. 8th place, Justin Handy, Williamson County 4-H. 7th place, Leanna Blake, Williamson County 4-H. 6th place, Adeline Brown, Graham FFA. 5th place, Audrey Wimberly, Stevens County 4-H. 4th place, Audrey Barrett, McLennan County 4-H. 3rd place, Cannon Barker, Stephenville FFA. 2nd place, Gracie Kern, James Madison FFA. And your Class 4 winner was Aubrey Garner, Jim Nett FFA. Your top 5 overall, lightweight, all Other Crossbred. In 5th place, we had Ailey Sims, Erath County 4-H. 4th overall, Cannon Barker, Stephenville FFA. 3rd overall, Nathan Gamble, Cotton Center FFA. And reserve champion lightweight, all other crossbred, was Gracie Kern, James Madison FFA. And your champion lightweight, all other crossbred, was Aubrey Garner, Jim Nett FFA. This will be your first call for Class 6, all other crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. First call, class number 6, all other crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. We will judge through Class 8, medium weight, all other crossbred, and then judge for your champion middleweight crossbred, and then we will break for lunch. You crossbred exhibitors there in the ring, you can be excused. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a nice round of applause. This will be your second call, Class 6, all other crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. Second call, Class 6, all other crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. Attention crossbred exhibitors, final call, class number 6, all other crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. Final call, class number 6, all other crossbred, bring them to the holding pen.
Okay, we need one Duroc Gilt, Caden Barker, Stephenville FFA. If you're in here, let us know, or if you're scratched, or if you're on your way in the class of Durocs, second class. Caden Barker, are you coming to the ring? Your class is being showed. We're moving on. Just so everybody knows, on this purebred side, we will break for lunch at the conclusion of this class we're judging now. I believe it's class 2. We'll break for, close to an hour. We're making good time. Let everybody rest a little bit, but we're going to break for lunch after this class 2 Durocs. Okay, these gilts in the arena have been excused by our judge. You can take them back to your pens, and please give them a round of applause for their efforts.
Okay, as we start into this middleweight division here, I think we've got a logical class winner, the young lady right out here in the vest needs to go ahead and win this particular class. Long on both ends of her skeleton, good in her center body, presented to the tee in terms of skin and hair, really cracked open and square as she comes in at you and as she leaves you. Very capably driven, I think a very good host to go ahead and get started in this division. The young lady come out early here, and she's got a good gilt. She's done a very good job of getting this one drove. Very proportional for a shorter body gilt. A gilt that's still long on both ends of her skeleton. Brings some extras in terms of heaviness of structure. The longer she goes, she wants to give up in her back line there a little bit. Her head and neck don't rise quite as high out the top side of her shoulder as I would like her to. But I think a very good pair up here on the top end. Young man comes out in 3 silhouettes from the side. Very good. This is a big-legged, tall-shouldered kind of a gilt. His head and neck and her presence out front is very good. She's the driest in terms of her center body. She's the driest down in her forearm and her heart region there as well. And she comes at you the narrowest. Just it all ties together there. We just need to broaden that one out in her blade and her chest to work her on up today. Boy, this is a new patterned one right here. Front 2/3 are extremely good. That's a high-headed gilt with a big, robust chest. big blade in her, a big round rib cage, and got some length to her side, and got some length to her hip. She wants to rise up there in her deviate in her hip-loin junction, just doesn't quite hold herself together there quite as well. She too is probably not as just dense in terms of her rear leg or her front leg structure for that matter, and maybe just not quite as athletic off of those rear two. Got a target colored one here that I moved up a little bit. A longer body's kind of a Gilt, which doesn't necessarily detract from her in my opinion. And I think she's got a big old stout root on her tail. Got a big stout skull in her. She becomes the plainest up high in terms of just raw back shape. She comes with a little more crest. Maybe like to pull that tail head up and level her hip out just a little. But I think a good solid one here in 5. This one profiles really, really good. The young lady's done a good job of getting her skin and hair right. She maybe wants to run downhill a little bit, and I think that's just evidence to the fact that her front pastern's given up a little bit. She's wanting to cave in her knees there as the drive goes as well. That's what's going to land her down here in the 5 or 6 hole. The young lady coming here next. Got one here that's maybe just not as athletic off of those rear two. Maybe just like to see her plant and drive and push off of them just a little bit more sturdy in that regard. It'll be a little more sure-footed. She too is a little more drawn up in her flank there as well. But a good profiling Gilt. Young lady does a good job of getting her drove. My compliments to all those kids. Attention exhibitors from Class 5, all other crossbreds have just finished. When we call Gilt to come back for the medium champion crossbred, we will be calling back 1st through 5th from Class 5. If you were 1st through 5th for Class 5, we will be calling you back to judge for champion middleweight. 1st place through 5th place for Class 5. We will call you back to judge for champion middleweight. Final call, class number 6. We are missing one Gilt from class number 6. All other crossbreds. Final call, bring them to the holding pen. Attention exhibitors, this will be your first call. Class number 7, all other crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. First call, class number 7, all other crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. You crossbred exhibitors there in the show ring, you can be excused. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a nice round of applause. will be your second call, class number 7, all other crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. Second call, class number 7, all other crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. Placing from your class 5, all other crossbreds. And remember, exhibitors, we will be calling back 1st through 5th for class number 5 to show for middleweight all other crossbred champion. 1st through 5th from class number 5 will be called back to show for middleweight champion all other crossbred. 10th place, Adley Yates, Hamilton FFA. 9th place, Porter Abbott, Spur FFA. 8th place, Molly McFadden, Westbrook FFA. 7th place, Adley Harden, Newcastle FFA. 6th place, Kendall Walford, Community FFA. 5th place, Blaze Sesson, Childress FFA. 4th place, Elizabeth Jansen, Hayes County 4-H. 3rd place, Braden Thompson, Eastland FFA. 2nd place, Riley Hoffman, Palm Green County 4-H. Your Class 5 winner was Colby Perkins, Little FFA. Give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
One of those classes that, boy, just creates just lots of controversy all the way through. It's a debatable drive, and again, I feel comfortable with what we have left, and I think these are just the most enduring. I think these are the ones that just maintain themselves and then still brought some balance, some proportionality, and then just adequately sound. I think all of these have a place or two that we'd throw a dart at. Our young ladies class winner is one that's just the neatest looking, the squarest muscled, the truest as you study her coming and going, and then still does a great job of just keeping her parts and pieces blended and balanced together. Really a high quality one. Just change your hock set just a fraction and just allow her to bend it with just a little bit more authority. And again, that's just a really easy place to start. The stout featured one comes next, and this is another that just wants to deviate just a fraction from hip hock to ground. Aside from that, that's a good skull gilt with a good clean neck, and I really love the freshness that she has up high. One of the bolder centered gilts comes next, and this one just reads with so much spread and dimension up high. At the same time, I just didn't know if just her hip and hind leg just moved as loose and easy as it needed to, and then she probably stands about 3rd in terms of bone and feature as you start to study that one towards the ground. A good solid one that drops out of the gate next, and another one that maybe gets just a little bit different in the way that she handles her spine, gets just a little bit easier there, but I love her skull, and I love the presence and the length of hip that she has. The young lady that drops out next has got another one that she too maybe wants to get just a little bit different in terms of the way that her spine sets into her, drops out of her hip. Didn't quite read her as athletic as you studied her going away. Rounding out the class with a few of them that, again, have lots of good in terms of just bone and shape, get just a little bit different in the way that they handle themselves, structure, flex, ultimately is what ended up sorting them. Really a challenging class all the way through. Congratulations to them all.
Okay, the placings in this class are Duroc's 5th, Aubrey Inser, Hamilton FFA. Fourth went to Allie Villarreal, Troy FFA. 3rd, Gracie DeHaan from Midlothian. 2nd, Lacey Day, Comanche, and our class winner was Audrey Barak. We're going to break for lunch now, and I'm going to go ahead and thank my ring help now because after the end of the show, some of y'all will be gone, and we've never done it this early, but just so we get them covered, we have Kayla Rogers and Emily Walker, Paige Galindo, and Lindsay Pate. What's your mom's name? And Lindsay Pate. We have DJ Wildy, Blaze Wildy. We have David Kabinka and his sons Dominic and Jacob. We have Garrett Rogers. We have Orrin Vincent, Matt Brodnecks, Logan McCoy, and John Lange checks them off with Mike Freeman and his wife, and this year we're really honored to have the elusive Lance Allercomp from Kendall County come, and we're going to break for lunch. Probably missed a few, but we got close.
From the chutes to the stalls, barns to the big leagues, Sullivan Supply has you covered with innovative products designed for success. But it's not just about the products, it's about the experience. Our dedicated team is passionate about providing exceptional customer service and understands your unique challenges and goals. For us, it's more than just a business. It's a genuine commitment to our industry. With Sullivan Supply, you can trust that you're not just a customer. You are a part of our team, driven by passion, innovation, and excellence. Sullivan Supply, committed to you.
on in a couple of minutes once the ring help gets assembled back. So just hold on, but be ready with the third class of Durocs. Okay, this is the first call for Class 3 Durocs. First call for Class 3 Durocs. Please come to the holding pen. First call for Class 3 Durocs. All right, the judge has released these exhibitors in the ring, and you can go back to your pins, and I'm sure they'd appreciate a round of applause for their efforts.
Attention exhibitors. Kendi Smith for Midland County 4-H. Please come to the announcer's stand. Kendi Smith, Midland County 4-H. Please come to the announcer's stand. Attention volunteers on the Stars Gilt side, please start making your way back to the show ring. All volunteers on the Stars Gilt show, please start making your way to the show ring. You buckle sponsors on the Star Gilt side for the All Other Crossbred, keep in mind we would like you to come up and present your buckle when we're showing for the overall All Other Crossbred of the show. That's Done Right Show Pigs, Flat Rock Genetics, and Doug and Denise Duchek. Be keeping in mind we would like you to come up and present your buckle when we show for top 5 All Other Crossbred of the show. Attention exhibitors in the barn on the Star Gilt side. As soon as we get all our volunteers over here to the show ring, we will be calling for the next class. Again, attention exhibitors on the Star Gilt side. As soon as we get all our volunteers to the show ring, we will be calling for class 9.
Really a nice way to start back from our lunch break. And again, I think a class that maybe just comes together a little better here on the top. I think these are the ones that are the combination gilts that's got the width, the power of the bone, the extras, and still do a nice job of just maintaining flexibility and comfort out here. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that they're all just absolute bulletproof, but I do feel that these are the ones that brought the extras and still did a nice job of maintaining the drive. For me, there's a pair of them that just really just strike you in terms of having the show ring appeal, the show ring presence and composition that we're looking for, and then again bring that extra width and the extra bone. Young man here closest to is going to win the drive. Would love to rock her shoulder back just a fraction and just allow her shoulder to go ahead and reach with just a little bit more ease as you study her there going about. But man, there's one that just really overwhelms you when you study her coming at you. She's got the extra spread, the extra shape, the extra power. And then I still think there's some length of hip, the right type of design of hip that we have. The safer bet's probably the Gilt in second, and this is another one that just really strikes you in terms of having the extra look that we have through the front third of her body. Not as stout, not as burly. And then she too gets just a little bit different in the way that she utilizes her rear skeleton. Maybe just not the extra bend that we have there, and she also needs to get her shoulder set just a little further back into her. Now this one probably holds the advantage in terms of comfort and reach. At the same time, she's the plainest and the flattest in the initial three. This is another one that maybe gets just a little deeper tying in her neck, gets just a little pudgier there on the top part of her pole, and then maybe just doesn't overwhelm you in terms of bone or power, either coming or going. But that's just a good basic fundamental Gilt that I thought was just safer going away as we got into the Gilt that comes next. And this is another one that, if you're just studying one from the side or studying her coming at you, man, she wins, and she wins for fun. Young man knows her holes, and the young man knows where she's good. Absolute deadly looking one that obviously is fitted to the tee. The front 2/3 of her is very, very fun to look at. You get in behind her, simply needs to be more square, hip hop to ground, wants to get outside herself. And again, we all draw those lines in the sand. For me, gets just a little too wide as you step in behind her. The young lady that comes out next has got another one that is just very basic in the way that she comes together and presented, a little plainer through the front third of her body, a little flatter in the way that she handles up high. The bottom two in this particular drive are still very quality pigs, a good bodied, high volume gilt gets just a little easier there in her top line, maybe just a little flatter there on her front feet, maybe just not that extra shape that we have in a couple of these others. Rounding out the class with one that's a big scaled gilt that just reads a little bit shallower there through her forerib and heart, and then she too just doesn't quite have the rear leg bone that we have in a couple of them others. Really a nice way to get back into the show. Congratulations to these kids.
Okay, we're calling Class 4 to the show ring, to the holding pen. Class 4 to the holding pen.
Attention on the Star Gilt side. This will be your first call. Class number 9. All other crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. First call. Class number 9. All other crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen.
Okay, the placings on Class 3 Durocs. Fifth was Kara Sider from Pretty. FFA. Fourth was Preston Mendez from Mineral Wells. FFA. Third was Addison Penwarden from Rio Vista. FFA. Second was Sienna Schauf from Belton FFA, and our class winner was Jonathan Robertson Mason from Palo Pinto County 4-H. And that was Class 3. Now we're judging Class 4 Durocs.
Attention exhibitors on the Star Gilt side. Second call. Class number 9. All other crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. Second call. Class number 9. All other crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. Attention, Star Gilt exhibitors, final call, class number 9. All other crossbreds, bring them to the holding pen. Final call, class number 9. All other crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. Attention Star Gilt exhibitors, all other crossbreds, we are missing 2 gilts from class number 9. Final call, we are missing 2 gilts from class number 9. Bring your gilts to the holding pen.
Okay, the judge has released these Duroc gilts in this big arena, and you exhibitors can take them back to your pens. And if you please give them a round of applause, I'd appreciate it. So we're going to work through class 4 here, the top end. This is the first call for class 5 Durocs. First call for class 5 Durocs. We have a little time, but at least everybody knows.
Attention exhibitors, this will be your first call, class number 10, all other crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. First call, class number 10, all other crossbred, bring them to the holding pen.
Okay, this is the second call for Class 5. Second call for Class 5, Durocs.
You crossbred exhibitors in the showroom, you can be excused. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a nice round of applause. Attention Star Gilt exhibitors, this will be your second call for class number 10, all other crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. Second call, class number 10, all other crossbred, bring them to the holding pen.
Outstanding class, and again, maybe one of these classes that just really did a nice job of lining up and making sense, and just a tremendous class in depth of quality. I think we pulled 7 and could easily have pulled another handful there. So I feel really comfortable with the pair that are here representing this drive, and I think they're cut from the same mold. I think they're both very attractive, well-built, good design gilts that read feminine and attractive and read with quality through the front third of their body. One of them just does a better job of just keeping her shoulder set into her, allowing that front leg to go ahead and reach with just a little more looseness and range of motion, and that's a young man here to my right. He's going to win the drive. Congratulations to him. I'd love to just darken her hide and just give her just a little bit more of a darker skin pigment, and I think that just is going to give her a little stouter kind of a look. Originally, initial sort, I was like, man, is there just enough true feature there? I think you just read through that, and that's still a very good bone gilt that just does such a good job of maintaining squareness, balance, proportionality, and still having some width and shape and a good quality look and a good edge through the upper part of her rib and body. there is more upper skeleton and there is a better shoulder set in her as we get into the gilt in second. The gilt in second's probably the funnest to look at, would take an incredible picture. In motion, I'd like to rock her shoulder further back into her. I'd like to crack her open there in the upper part of her rib and cage. But man, aside from that, that is a good looking, sharp backed, big hip gilt. The young lady's just doing an incredible job of driving her off of. It was because of her presence and her elevation and her youthfulness. It's what allowed her to go over the gilt that comes next. And this one here is just a grizzly bear in terms of bone and feature. Easily the stoutest armed gilt in this particular drive. In relation to those two that were right ahead of her, got just a little more mature looking through the front third of her body, a little crestier necked, a little bit more different in the way that she handled her hip and hind leg. But I love her bone, I love her substance, and I just thought that there was just a better pattern gilt in her as we got into the gilt that comes next. And this is a good gilt, good bodied, big hipped, level hipped. At the same time, she doesn't quite keep her top line as good, got just a little lower set at her shoulder, a little deeper tying there in her neck, and her hock maybe wants to get just a little bit straighter as you start to set that one in motion. Still extra critical of a very high quality female. The young lady that drops next has got another one. It just didn't quite come at me as square or as bold. She too gets just a little bit more robotic, but man, from the side, that thing is awfully nice. Rounding out with a really high quality pair of hogs that, again, maybe just didn't read as loose or as agile. This one right here, really good up high, maybe wants to flatten and narrow, doesn't quite have the feature. Young lady that rounds out the class, she too, maybe just didn't quite come at me as bold, didn't quite read her stout in terms of bone. Really a good class. Congratulations to them all.
All right, so placings in Class 4 Durocs. Fifth was Lillian Boren from Bangs FFA. Fourth was Bailey Coker from Mansfield FFA. Third was Katie Littlejohn from Potter County 4-H. Second was Hadley Reeves from Hamilton County 4-H. And our class winner was Alexander Felt from Midland FFA. That was Class 4. We are now judging Class 5 Durocs.
Attention Star Gilt exhibitors, will be your final call for class number 10. All Other Crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. We are missing 3 gilts in this class. Final call, class number 10. All Other Crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. as we get back into it here and get into the heavyweight division, I got a good kind of class to get started back here with, and got a couple of belted gilts up here on the top end of this thing that I think are certainly quality. I mean, we got 5 or 6 of them here that bring a lot of good to the table. I don't know that there's one out here that's just, like Jeremy said over there earlier, just bulletproof. But I think we've got lots and lots of quality and some pieces to put together. So at the end of the day, there's one that I gravitate towards just from just an overall balance and construction standpoint. She's neater again here at the top and the crest of her neck, probably just that much looser and denser in terms of her construction from the ground up. That's the young lady here to my left with the hog with the tongue sticking out. Is going to go ahead and win this particular class. Now, second place, Gilt, you get up on top of this thing and she's a monster out the backside of her blade. That's a big back and a big upper cage in that particular animal with a good hind leg. This view right here, she needs to be beefier in her forearm and her front foot if she comes directly to you. For all the mass that she's carrying there up high, we need to clean up the crest of her neck there just a little bit too, but the presentation of that one is spot on. Congratulations to that young lady. Calico, we moved up here quite a ways. I think a gilt that just needs to be freshened up from a skin and hair standpoint for sure. Maybe lengthen out this thing's hip, but there's a lot of good in that particular animal. Hip forward, front 2/3, I think is very, very good. We bring a gilt out of Forest that's got some gland treble back there in her flank, and that's not what's going to get her into the 4-hole. What's going to get her into the 4-hole is she's just a little tight off of those rear pasterns. She doesn't want to just get out here with as big of a rear foot and step and be quite as agile and athletic off of those rear two. Front 2/3 is incredible in that one, in my particular opinion. Very, very nice 4th place animal. We got one here that maybe just comes in a little plainer kind of package up high, a little plainer at the crest of her neck and the base of her neck. Maybe not quite as much composition and shape up high as the top 4 in this particular class, but covers the basics very, very well. Congratulations to all those kids on a nice class. Attention exhibitors, this will be your first call, class number 11. Bring them to the holding pen. First call, Star Gilt side, all over Crossbred, class 11. Bring them to the holding pen. From your class 9 that was just placed, when we call back to judge for heavyweight all over Crossbred champion, we will be calling back 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th from class 9. We will call back 1st through 4th on class 9. To show for champion heavyweight all over Crossbred. You Crossbred exhibitors there in the show ring, you can be excused. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a nice round of applause. This will be your second call on the Star Gilt side, class number 11. Bring them to the holding pen. Second call, all other Crossbred, class number 11. Bring them to the holding pen. placings from your Class 9, all other crossbreds. And again, exhibitors from Class 9, first through fourth place will be called back in the champion heavyweight all other crossbred drive. First through fourth place in Class number 9. 10th place, Chelsea Thurman, Stevens County 4-H. 9th place, Molly Fisher, Callisburg FFA. 8th place, Harper Thornberry, Early FFA. 7th place, Caden Phillips, Stephenville FFA. 6th place, Hadley Reed, Mills County 4-H. 5th place, Bailey Morsel, Midland Legacy FFA. 4th place, Carly Idlett, Yoakum FFA. 3rd place, Riley Elston, Erath County 4-H. 2nd place, Valerie Franklin, Holiday FFA. And your Class 9 winner was Adley Harden, Newcastle FFA. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. Let's give these two crossbred gilt exhibitors here in the show ring a nice round of applause.
Okay, here on this Duroc side, our judge has released these exhibitors and gilts, and you guys can go back to your pen, and for everybody give them a round of applause. We'd appreciate it.
Attention on the Star Gilt side. Final call, class number 11. We are missing 4 gilts from class number 11, all other crossbreds. Final call, class number 11, all other crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen. We're missing 4 gilts from class 11. Bring them to the holding pen. good pair up here on the top end of this particular class. And like I said, I think we're getting into the bigger weights here and getting a little deeper. And I think we have 3, 4, 5 in this class that bring a lot of quality to the table. Not to sound like a redundant person, but you know, just good quality stock rising to the top here. And I think with that being said, there's one out here that takes it to another level in terms of the rib shape this thing has and the upper skeleton that this thing has. She's not for the faint of heart when you crawl around behind her, but she stays square and stays within her skeleton. And this thing is tricked out up front, short back, and really, really proportional. That one right there needs to go ahead and win this particular class. I think very easy. Congratulations to her. Tall-shouldered, slick-looking one that's you got a hard back in here in two, and I do appreciate all those things about her. Man, this thing is big-legged, and this thing's pretty sound moving. Her hip's not as long, her hip's not as square up there at the top, and I don't think her stride is quite as good off of those rear two, just because of the way her hip is assembled. But I think a very, very good animal to be in the 2-hole here. Young man brings us 1 and 3 that I think come out of the first 10 initially, and man, this thing's got some pieces that are very, very big time. Just doesn't blend it as well from front to rear. She wants to give up in her back line there just a little bit. Maybe wants to get a little too outside of herself, getting away every once in a while, especially on that right hind leg, just kind of poking it outside the plane of her skeleton. She's got a good body one here that's good in her upper lines, good in her head and neck set. She wants to tie a little crest into there. She wants to be a little trailer as you take her to the surface, particularly up front in terms of foot size and front ankle in relation to what she has up high. But I think a neat presented pig. The young lady's done an awesome job in terms of skin and hair. As we finish out our top 5 here, the young lady brings us another belted one here that just got to get out and handle the surface a little bit better. She's a little too tentative off of those rear two, a little too tight in her rear step. Maybe just a little pale and a little plainer in her presentation, but a very good class. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. Attention exhibitors, this will be your first call, class number 12, all other crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. First call, all other crossbred, class 12, bring them to the holding pen.
All right, this is first call for Class 6 Durocs. First call for Class 6 Durocs.
You Gilt exhibitors from class number 10, all other crossbreds. We will be calling back first, second, third, and fourth place for the heavyweight champion drive for all of the crossbreds from class 10. First through fourth, we will be calling back for the all other crossbred heavyweight champion drive.
Maybe the funnest and the most competitive drive we've had so far, and man, just loads of quality, elite showmen, and just some really neat pieces through here for you Duroc breeders that are looking to add on to your sow herd. Man, just take in and study, because so many pieces in here. Even if they're on down the line, there's still some things to work around. In my humble opinion, we've got a pair of them, and it's an absolute dogfight between the two of them. I think between the two of them, well, let's just talk to them collectively. Collectively, they're wide, they're stout, they're powerful, they're athletic, and then between the two of them, one of them probably just brings us just a little bit more. She's just a little bit stouter in her arm. She's just a little bit more rolled up and edged up in the upper part of her blade and skeleton. Probably just has a slight advantage in terms of back and upper rib. I would like to just maybe modify her in two places. Just change the way her neck ties in, and then maybe just level her hip ever so slightly. But I think that hip design is what allows her to continue to take that stride and to have an athletic step. I like the bend to her hind leg. I like the shoulder reach that she has up front. Just a really neat one that still does a lot of good things, that kind of gets out there. Maybe as out there as what I've probably used throughout the day. Young man's Gilt here in the middle is going to have your class win. Congratulations to him. Young lady in second gave it all she wanted, and man, I'll take him like that every day of the week. Give me that length of hip, that height of shoulder, that length of height proportionality, and then watch her turn and come right at you. That's one that's just a monster whenever she turns and comes at me. I love her chest. I love the extra boldness of blade, and she maintains that base width all the way through her center cavity, and then whenever she leaves you. In comparison to our class winner, I didn't see her as just as absolute neat about her head shape. Got just a little bit plainer there. Her neck maybe didn't quite have the trimness or the uniqueness that we had in our class win. And then as you study her up high, she got just a little bit vanilla right in behind her blade and shoulder. But man, that is extra critical of an incredible gilt that's so good built, that's so stout, and just so naturally powerful all the way through her body. Young lady can absolutely drive the wheels off of her as well. There is just a little bit more stuff in this one as you go back and forth. She's a little bigger back. She's a little bigger hip. At the same time, I didn't see her hip as long. I didn't see her stride as good. I just didn't see her as comfortable on either end of her body. But I like that extra shape, and I like that extra look. And then I do think that she was just taller fronted and just more attractive as we get into the gilt that comes next. And this gilt here is maybe one of the better fourth place gilts we've had come through the ring. Maybe a little bit just piecier in the way that she's put together. I don't know if her shoulder set was quite as good. I didn't see her as athletic in the way that she utilized her rear two, but I still think that just her extra freshness and then just that shape she has up high, it's what allowed her to stay in the top of this particular drive. And again, young lady's doing just a fabulous job of getting that one stuck. The gilt that drops out next has got another one that probably reads just a little bit different in the way that she's made. She's tall-shouldered. She's maybe got a later maturing look about her. A little flatter ribbed, a little bit more pinched right there in the heart of her cavity. And just more than anything, I just like to crack her open through the base of her body, because from the side she's got the goods. Just didn't see the extra expansion of rib, the extra expansion of base that we had in the upper part of this drive, but still yet a very good kind of a gilt for that young man. Extra stout one that comes out next, and she too gets just a little more robotic in the way that she handles her hip and hind leg. The young lady that rounds out the class, you know, you change this view right here, just square her in her chest and knee, and then maybe just organize her a little differently. Certainly can make a stronger case for that one, because she's heavy boned and she's good looking, really a competitive drive. Kids did an awesome job all the way through. My compliments to them all as they head back.
Okay, the placings in Class 5 Durocs. Fifth was Austin Christensen from Valley View. Fourth went to Brown Underwood from Mason County 4-H. Third, Ellie Thornbrew from Graham FFA. Second, Addison Porter from Rains FFA. And our class winner was Cash McCamey from Hawkins FFA. And that was Class 5. We're now judging Class 6 Durocs.
Attention on the Star Gilt side. This will be your second call. Class number 12, all other crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. Second call, class number 12, all other crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. Placings from your class 10, all other crossbred. And again, you exhibitors, we will be bringing back first through fourth place to show for heavyweight champion drive. Placings, class 10, all other crossbred. 10th place, Elizabeth Torres, Rawls FFA. 9th place, Brianna Nolan, Stephenville FFA. 8th place, Megan Laney, Ballinger FFA. 7th place, Lane Espinosa, Whitesboro FFA. 6th place, Ashton Martin, Palo Pinto County 4-H. 5th place, Lily Lerma, Palo Pinto County 4-H. 4th place, Kylie Green, Wise County 4-H. 3rd place, Carvin Wishkemper, Collins County 4-H. 2nd place, Mary Buren, Decatur FFA. And your Class 10 winner was Allie Huseman, Lubbock County 4-H. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. Very interesting trio, and up here on the top, and different guys might align it different ways, but you got me today, so I'm going to do it the way I want to do it, and the one that hits me the hardest out here in terms of one that's actually very three-dimensional, not just from width and mass standpoint, but having a little more extension, everywhere. She's got more extension in front of her blade, she's got more extension in terms of the length of her hip, she's got more extension in terms of the length of her stride, and I think she's just a pretty nice place to start in this class. Young lady right there in the pink top is going to go ahead and lead the way in this particular class. Angular off of both ends, feminine, good underline. I think a nice place to start. The young lady in the red is going to be second with in a close decision between second and third. With a Gilt that I think just outlasts our third place Gilt. I know it's hot here today, and I know I'm a show dad too, and I'm a breeder as well, and I know what all we got to do to get these things ready, to get them, make them competitive, and I know you're not used to 90-degree heat, but they still got to last. And this Gilt maybe naturally in comparison to our first place Gilt just wants to run downhill a little bit, get a little shorter in terms of her hip, get a little thicker and more pronounced in terms of the crest of her neck there. But I think one that's very useful in terms of the way her skeleton's built, just very comfortable in that regard. I think one that's got a lot of upside as a sow. The next one out, boy, I'd like to prop this one up on a backdrop and just take a picture of her standing still because, man, that is a rocket-fronted, flat-back Gilt with a big kind of a rib cage in her. She's not for the faint of heart off either end of her skeleton, but if she stays within herself, her attitude probably gets her into third place as much, just in terms of dropping her jaw and giving up. She doesn't have quite as much forearm and front ankle as those other two that precede her in this particular class, but man, that thing is very, very good when you get up on top of her. You got to appreciate the expansion to her upper rib cage and the ability to put a back in one that heavy. That's pretty impressive. Got a bigger frame Gilt that comes here in forward that just gets a little flatter in terms of her forerib, just a little flatter in general, maybe not quite as stripped up there in terms of her top, but a Gilt that's built very good, built for the long haul. That one can keep you out of the ditch from in a breeding hog standpoint. Just take her to a board that's got a little more mass and a little more power and you're going to be just fine. Got one here that maybe just isn't quite as athletic, particularly out of the rear third of her body. She's she too wants to come with a little more crest and a little more at the base of her throat. Certainly a shapely gilt that's got a lot of mass, got a big kind of a rib cage. She's got to be a little more athletic for me here today. The guy's going to finish us out here. Brings us another belted gilt that here again, got some big legs. Got a rounder kind of a hip construction. She wants to camp them things up underneath of her just a little bit more. Like to tie her head and neck up the top side of her blade just a little bit better there as well. Nice gilt end on though, nice size. Attention exhibitors from Class 11, all other crossbreds. Here shortly when we show for the champion heavyweight drive, we will be calling back first through sixth place in Class 11. First through sixth place in Class 11 will be called back for the heavyweight all other crossbred drive. Attention all other crossbred exhibitors in the heavyweight division. This is just a reminder. First and fourth place from Class 9, first through fourth place from Class 10, and first through sixth place in Class 11. I will be calling for you shortly. Be getting your gilts ready. Again, you all other crossbred heavyweight exhibitors, Class 9, first through fourth, be getting your gilts ready. Class 10, first through fourth, be getting your gilts ready. And Class 11, first through sixth, be getting your gilts ready. I'll be calling for you shortly. placings in Class 11, all other crossbreds. 10th place, Kristen Trout, Fort Elliott FFA. 9th place, Laddie Abbott, Spur FFA. 8th place, Sarah Long, Water Valley FFA. 7th place, Easton Weisenhunt, Cisco FFA. 6th place, Ace Walker, Spur FFA. 5th place, Carson Mitchell, Midland County 4-H. 4th place, Christy Parrish, Huckabee FFA. 3rd place, McKinley Roden, Hill County 4-H. 2nd place, Abigail Boucher, Marble Falls FFA. And your Class 11 winner was Evelyn Bourne, Bangs FFA. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. Attention on the Star Gilt side. We need 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place from class number 9. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th place from class number 10. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place from class number 11. Bring them to the holding pen. 1st through 4th in class 9, 1st through 4th in class 10, and 1st through 6th in class 11. Bring them to the holding pen.
Little room in there for real cool. That's
All right, our judge has released these gilts in the arena, and you exhibitors can take them back to your pens, and please give them a round of applause for their efforts.
Attention crossbred exhibitors on the Star Gilt side. Once we judge for heavyweight top 5, we will call back the light champion in reserve darts and the middle champion in reserve darts to show for overall dart champion of the show. Then we will call back the top 5 white crossbred to show for the overall crossbred champion of the show. Okay, guys, you can fire them back up here. Nice way to finish the day here, or finish the all other cross drive. I think two gilts that pair up from a flexibility and density standpoint. I think there's one that there's just a lot more of, especially when you watch them come right directly at you in terms of being broader at the base of her chest, broader and square at her knee, and stouter at the surface. That's the young man over here in the plaid shirt. He's going to go ahead and win this particular class. I think a very, very nice place to start. Love the profile and the silhouette that this one gives. Love the skin and hair on her. This young lady does an outstanding job of getting her drove and speeding her up. I told her when she come out of the holding pen over here, I said, I don't think this one's going to set any land speed records. She's just not a mover and a shaker. If we could make that one as bold and as powerful coming right at you in the floor of her chest and her knee as the other one, it would get real tight. But I think a very good pair up here on the top end. Where this one is coming right out, she's a big-chested one, high-headed one with a good back shape in her. Just wants to get a little frailer in relation to what she has up high, down low. Maybe not quite as long and level and just as athletic out of her hip and hind legs. She wants to swing outside of herself there every once in a while. Just get a little rounder in terms of that hip shape. A little plainer one coming out here next. His head and neck needs to tie higher into the top side of her blade. Covers the basics very well though. Good rib cage, good line up high, good hind leg. Just becomes a little plainer in relation to the top 3 in this particular class. Young man does an outstanding job of getting her drove as well. Young lady right here is a good stick. You can tell that as she comes right out. She's dialed in and she's ready to be here. She's got a gilt that's just a little frail and a little plain in relation to what we got in the top end of this class. Wants to taper off in her hip and just not quite as much back shape as we have up here in the top end. Young man brings this one here again that's maybe just a little frailer and a little plain up high here as well. Needs to level out his hip as well and go a little better as we finish out the top end there. Got one there that just has got to be better coming at you in terms of chest and knee and foot in relation to what we have in the class. But another good class, good way to finish out the day. Let's give them a hand as they head back to the barn. First place from Class 9 was Adley Harden, Newcastle FFA. First place from Class 10 was Allie Huseman, Lubbock County 4-H. First place from Class 11, Evelyn Boren, Bangs FFA. first place from Class 12, Brigham Bottleberger, Erath County 4-H. Bottleberg, excuse me.
Nice class, and again, I think these two rise rather quickly, and then again, we've got just a little bit of a battle, initial sort, but the longer that they go and the longer I study, there is one that just excels and overwhelms in terms of just incredible presence from the side. I love her pattern, I love just her proportionality, extra long hipped, extra long fronted, and still does just a great job of just maintaining herself from the side view. She's stout-legged, she's comfortable, she's angled extremely well up front through her shoulder and knee, and then that extra length of hip allows her rear leg to move with some range of motion and some ease. Very, very neat and interesting kind of a gilt that does a lot of neat things that are kind of hard to put together. Young lady here in the middle here is going to have your class win. Congratulations to her. This one's skull and just feature is very appealing to me. In comparison to our class winner, not as fun. Right there through her cheek, got just a little bit chubbier neck there, got just a little meatier right there on the top part of her pole, and then just in relation, maybe just didn't quite crack open quite as big there on the back side of her shoulder, but more than anything, I just didn't see the presence in that gilt and probably just didn't see the extra range of motion that we had, but it was because of her durability and just that extra boldness of rib and body, and even probably just that shoulder set. It's what allowed her to go over the gilt in 3. The gilt in 3 is probably a little fancier, probably just has a little bit more of an advantage in terms of show ring appeal and freshness and composition. At the same time, that's a shorter hip gilt that got just a little bit tighter there in the rear joints, and then just didn't quite have the extra punch there through her center. But more than anything, I just like to lengthen her hip, bend her hock, and I think we can make a stronger contention for even making her more of a class winning kind of a gilt. But young lady done an awesome job staying hooked and staying with it to go ahead and get that high in the drive. The young lady's gilt that comes next has more than the one right above her. She's bigger chested, bigger backed, thicker when you get in behind her. At the same time, that's another gilt that needs to lengthen her hip, and I like to just level her out and just iron her out there in her ham loin hook up, and then up front, maybe got just a little bit different in the way that her crest went into her blade, but more than anything, just lengthen her hip and then just change her right there in that ham loin hook up. A nice gilt that comes out next, and this is another that got just a little bit plainer fronted, a little bit easier there in her spine, and then she too probably just didn't go away as wide or square as we had in the top part of the drive. The young man's dark colored gilt has got another one that is really a stout, big featured gilt. Get just a little bit more robotic in the way that she handled her hip. I didn't see the range of motion. I didn't see the look or the style up front that we had in the upper part of the drive. Young lady that rounds out the class has got another one that from the side is awfully good, tall fronted, long patterned, level designed. At the same time, I just need to crack this gilt open and just show more spread and dimension to move any higher today. Nice class. My compliments to them all.
Attention on the Star Gilt side. We need your champion and reserve champion, lightweight, all other crossbred, and your champion and reserve champion, middleweight, all other crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. We also need the top 5 white crossbreds to be getting ready.
Okay, placings in Class 6 Durocs. 5th was Cadence Giles, Brownwood FFA. 4th, Ryland Kerbin, Brock FFA. 3rd, McKinley Henry from Wall FFA. 3rd was McKinley Henry, and 2nd was Lexa York, Valley View, and our class winner was Riley Hoffman from Tom Green 4-H. We're now judging Class 7, which is our last class of Durocs, and then we'll judge for champion. So if you're 1st or 2nd Duroc, kind of be on hold.
All right, let's give all 4 of these class winners a round of applause if we could, please. Appreciate you sticking with us throughout throughout the course of the day here. I know it's getting hot. It's very warm out here in the middle of this ring. And but sticking around to support your kids, it's always nice to judge in the Southwest or even the Southeast where people stand up and clap for their contemporaries. That doesn't happen a lot in the state of Illinois. I can tell you that for darn sure. So it's refreshing to see the crowd get into it like a sporting event. It always makes it more fun out here in the middle of the ring. So all four of these gilts are, you could talk about all four of them. I think they all bring a lot of quality to the table. There's just one of them that her proportions are so neat with a big dense hind leg. Looks like she's going to make a lot of high dollar boards or a lot of champion show bears. This one right here is going to be your champion in this division. Congrats to her. Bring that second place Gilt out here, and me and Jim just had a little bit of discussion, and it's refreshing to step into the ring and with a guy who sees them very, very similar and kind of has the same priorities. And there's another one out here that is just hard to manufacture on a day-to-day basis in mass quantities in terms of replicating her substance, her stoutness, her feature, her shape up high. Young man out of the last class is going to have your reserve of this division. We bring that second place Gilt out here and just talked about her in class where you'd like to change her is just coming right at you just a little bit. But man, that thing is big and fresh. That young lady does an outstanding job of getting her drove. She's silhouette's so good from the side with a big stout dense mobile hind leg. She's the next best one. She'll be third overall. We bring that third place out of that class and talked about her maybe not having quite as much substance down there at the surface, but still being a very, very good animal. There's another one out here that brings some extra extension to the table that does it in just a lady-looking kind of package, but still brings some extra substance along with it. Young lady in the pink shirt right there is going to be your fourth out. Bring that second place out of that particular class, and me and Jim are in complete agreement. That one's the next best one. She'll be your fifth overall. that next one out, and that was a deep enough class, a deep enough trio there up on the top end. That particular gilt got a little worked up and started dropping her jaw a little bit, but comes right back out here and freshened up and fits right in. She's our next favorite. Congratulations to her. Attention on your all other crossbred side. We need the champion lightweight all other crossbred. Aubrey Garner, Gymnet FFA. Bring your gilt to the holding pen. Aubrey Garner, Gymnet FFA. Bring your gilt to the holding pen. The top 5 white crossbred overall, be getting your gilts ready. We'll be calling for them shortly. Right now we need Aubrey Garner, Gymnet FFA. Bring your gilt to the holding pen. I'd also like to remind everybody, parked on the west side of the barn, please move your vehicles. People are trying to get their gilts out. If you're parked on the west side of the barn, move your vehicles so people can get their gilts out.
Test. Okay, the judge has released these gilts in the arena, and you exhibitors can take them back. And thank you for coming, and please give them a round of applause for their efforts. So this is Class 7, In our last class of Durocs, if you have a first or second place in the early Duroc class, it's kind of be on standby, and we'll call you here in a little bit. Okay, our next breed will be Hampshire, so if you have a Hampshire, there's only 2 classes of them. Kind of be ready, we won't like you for too long.
If we can get our buckle donors for the All Other Crossbred, Duroc Show Pig, Flat Rock Genetics, Doug and Denise Dushek, could y'all make y'all's way to the ring so you can present your buckles? Your champion Division 1 All Other Crossbred buckle was donated by Duroc Show Pig, Lytle, Texas. Your winner was Aubrey Garner, GymNet FFA. Your champion Division 2 Middleweight All Other Crossbred was donated by Flat Rock Genetics, Stephenville, Texas. Your winner was Colby Perkins, Lytle FFA. Your champion Division 3 Heavyweight All Other Crossbred buckle was donated by Doug and Denise Dushek, Wall, Texas. Your champion was Allie Huseman, Lubbock FFA. Your reserve champion lightweight was shown by Gracie Kearns, James Madison FFA. Your reserve champion middleweight was Brooklyn Skaggs, Oldham County 4-H. And your reserve champion heavyweight was Brigham Buttleberg, UAS County 4-H. You exhibitors of the top 5 white crossbreds overall, be getting your gilts ready. Top 5 white crossbreds overall, bring your gilts to the holding pen. Top 5 white bred crossbreds overall, bring them to the holding pen.
Okay, if you're first and second class Duroc, why don't you come to the holding pen, the first and seconds, because we're finishing up this last class of 7s. Likewise, after the champion Duroc, we'll start with the Hampshires, and there's only 2 classes of them, so won't take long to run through them.
Let's give all 3 of your division winners a round of applause here if we could. It's been a good crossbred show today. Looking forward to the Pures tomorrow, and we get 3 out here in this all other division cross drive, and 3 gilts that are very, very similar in my opinion in terms of hip and hind leg function, center body and rib cage and expansion up high, and just their agility to get around the ring. Here again, I think there's one that takes it to another level in terms of height at the point of her shoulder and extension out in front of her blade, especially for having legs this big and a back that good size. Your middleweight champion. Congratulations to her. Bring that second place gilt out, and certainly a gilt that is very, very unique in terms of the way she's assembled the pieces that she has. You know, is her fill is quite as good as some others out here? You know, at this point in the day, probably not, but I still think she has to be in the conversation. I think there's another one out here that if you just fix her in one place, coming right directly to you in terms of where her foot strikes the surface. I think she's awful elite everywhere else. Young Lady's Heavy is going to be your reserve. Congrats to her.
Okay, we're finishing up on Class 7. Please bring your first and second Durocs to the holding pen because we're finishing up on Class 7. First and second place winners of the Durocs, please come your way.
Bring that reserve heavy out, and we've talked about all these things, and there's no use in just being repetitive. That one's our next favorite. He's the third overall. Congrats to him.
Just a great way to wrap up the Durocs, and you know, the curly-haired gilt is one that I think came out early and then just never really faltered and hit me hard out of the gate and then just continued to do so. That's a stout, burly one that still looks like a lady up front. It's got the right type of length to height proportionality, really a good angled gilt in terms of her shoulder set, her length of rump, the bend that she has to her hind leg, and she's got some stuff through her center. She comes at me big and bold. She's got a big, powerful hip and pin set that's laid into her when you step in behind her. She's got some density and some structure and some feature, but still yet her joints are clean, her neck is clean, just a really elite looking one to go ahead and lead with. A big scaled gilt that honestly is a little refreshing in today's times. I mean, that's a gilt that still has some girl in her. She's elevated, she's long patterned, and for being a bigger scaled gilt, she still does just a great job of maintaining balance from the side. I like her length on each end of her skeleton, and for that type of a scale, she's big-footed and stout-armed and got a good angle to her skeleton as well. In relation to our class winner, I didn't see her quite as round there through her center, and I didn't see her quite as big right there in the upper part of her blade and back, but yet I love her fundamentals. I love her type and kind. Would love to take that one home and breed around her. She was just stouter legged than the gilt that comes next, and I think her shoulder set was laid into her as we get into the gilt in third. The gilt in third is so good looking. I love just the design that she draws from the side. Really can't paint one any better than that. In relation to one or two, got just a little bit flatter there in her jaw, got just a little more upright in terms of her shoulder set, and I just didn't know if she was just as truly rugged as what that one or two were. But I did think that her lateness of maturity, her length of hip, it's what allowed her to go over the gilt in four. The gilt in four is no doubt the fly in the ointment, the extreme one, the one that we don't really know what to do with, because if we're measuring pigs, this one measures the most. She is the most in terms of bone. She's the most in terms of composition. She is the most in terms of mass. For me, got just a little bit waistier right there through the base of her neck and cheek. And then more than anything, I'd like to just lengthen her hip to allow her to go ahead and balance and maybe even just flex a little bit. She trying to tucks up underneath her just a fraction. Front feet are a little suspect, but more than anything, I'd just like to lengthen her hip to make her more ideal. Maybe trim her just a fraction as you study her there through her chub, through her cheek and jaw. The young lady that comes out next has got one that's probably just a little safer in terms of her composition. At the same time, reads a little rounder hipped, a little tighter moving, but yet a good wide power hog there to be that far down the line. 6 and 7 are still very quality pigs. I'd like to open this one up, lengthen her in terms of her step. The young man's Gilt that comes out next has got another one. It just needs to be a little bit different in terms of skeleton, a little bit more in her knee, a little more upright, and she too gets just a little bit more rigid in terms of her movement. Great class all the way through. My compliments to them all as they head back.
Okay, this is the placings in Class 7. We're going to now judge for the champion Duroc. But 5th was Kaya Williams from Montego County 4-H. 4th, Kinley Davis, Joshua FFA. 3rd, Hailey Hunter from Weiss County 4-H. 2nd was Taylor Fullen from Eastland. And our class winner was Kason Card from Ellis County 4-H. And this will conclude our Duroc show after we pick our champion reserve. If you're in the first class of Hampshires, please make your way to the holding pen. First class of Hampshires.
We're now ready to show on the Star Gilt side for the overall crossbred champion of the show. Your champion white crossbred shown and exhibited by David Sanchez, Floyd Ada FFA. The reserve champion was Kendi Smith, Midland County 4-H. 3rd overall white crossbred was Jalen Miller, Dalhart FFA. 4th overall white crossbred, Stockton Matthews, Midland FFA. And 5th overall white crossbred, Ashland Hill, Lipscomb County 4-H. Your champion all other crossbred, shown and exhibited by Colby Perkins, Lionel FFA. Your reserve champion all other crossbred was Allie Huseman, Lubbock FFA. Your 3rd place overall all other crossbred, Bryden Bottlebird, Erath County 4-H. 4th place overall was Aubrey Garner, Jimnet FFA. And 5th place overall was Gracie Carnes, James Madison FFA. Well, let's give a hand to your division winners here if we could. Let's also give a hand to everybody who's involved in the stock show and putting this thing on. Ring help, all the way up to the people on the table and the people on the clipboard. Let's give them all a good round of applause if we could. It's most of the time a thankless job to run a pig show, and if you think about it, it's a thankless job to be a judge. You don't make very many people happy in a day-to-day perspective, but you do it because you like to do it. But the people who put on these shows, you need to take time before you leave to at least shake their hand, look them in the eye, tell them thank you, because I guarantee most of them aren't making a salary to do it. But we get out here and we got the light division, the dark division here. And I think 2 gilts that suit me very, very good, suit Jim very, very well. I think there's one that quite simply is just, there's more of her everywhere in terms of chest, there's more bone, there's more center body, there's more rib cage. She might not be the one that wants to get out here and show herself right now, but she is without a doubt, without question, the best one. That blue one's your grand overall. Congrats to him. bring that reserve blue out here, and I don't think we're going to toss all of them here as we go through. We'll just shake hands on 3 to 5 here. But I think 2 hogs out here that are very, very similar, and it becomes a closer race. At the end of the day, there's one that's just a little bit more robust in terms of her center body cavity. She's busted open off of both ends, and she's a pretty neat looking one. That white second will be your reserve.
Folks, if you would, let's put our hands together for these class winners we have representing the Durocs. Most likely the largest breed of the day, and you know, the competition, the quality dictated that. I think the depth of these classes were incredible. Very, very pleased with the class winners we have representing each of these weight divisions. You know, I'm not big on making sure that all my class winners look the same. I think that, you know, good livestock comes in many different shapes and sizes, but I do see similarities. These were the good built, comfy ones that still yet had some bone and substance and some proportionality to them. And then there is one for me that just takes that to another level. I love the fact that we can talk about, you know, looseness and length of hip and athleticism, but at the same time, I can also say, well, man, there's a power hog in terms of chest and body and back and hip, and then just feature and presence and uniqueness. This one's memorable. I think this one is one that, again, I think driving home tonight or in the morning, whenever I get there, this is one that I'm going to refer back to, and certainly one I'd love to take home and build around. Young ladies, Curly one's going to have it. Congratulations.
Your overall champion crossbred, shown and exhibited by David Sanchez, Floyd Ada FFA. Your reserve overall champion crossbred, shown and exhibited by Kendi Smith, Midland County 4-H. Your third place overall crossbred was Colby Perkins, Lytle FFA. Fourth place overall crossbred, Allie Huseman, Lubbock FFA. And your fifth place overall crossbred, Bryden Bolivar, Erath County 4-H. Give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Dropping the Gilt and second out, and that's one we talked. It's just been honestly a breath of fresh air in terms of extra scale and still yet having bone and foot and substance. I love just the type and kind that she is for putting her into the next phase in life. You know, in this particular drive and in this setting, you know, does she just have just enough stuff to her? You know, that's a question that we probably just have to talk about and discuss, but certainly extreme breeding value in that one. You know, we have a pair here through the middle of the drive that you know, definitely has the extras. You know, these two young men here have got them that you know, in terms of just the extra bold ones, the extra wide ones, the extra shapely ones, that pair does it extremely well. You know, we got to ask ourselves, you know, structurally, are you okay? Are we okay with that type of shoulder set and knee set? For me, you know, I'd love to just maybe just lengthen them in terms of their stride and set that shoulder back into them and just allow maybe a little bit more of a comfy stride. I know we got to do that a little bit to get them that tall fronted and running uphill and all that other jazz, but I do think that that's a question mark that we talk about with that pair. And then we land on one that you know, came out of a super competitive class, and you know, we're getting into those heavier weights. And this one is another one that's just so refreshing, so timeless in the way that she's built. Length of hip, bend of hind legs, squareness of chest and blade, and still looking like a lady up front. Like that one, a good deal. Young lady in blue will be reserved. Congratulations.
So help me out here a little bit. Okay, our champion Duroc was Case and Card from Ellis County 4-H, and our reserve champion Duroc was Riley Hoffman from Tom Green 4-H. We're now judging our Hampshire Gilts, and we only have 2 classes of Hampshires. Then we start with the light OPBs. Okay, the judge has released these Hampshire gilts in the ring. You exhibitors can take them back to your pens, and if everybody give them a hand, I'm sure they'd appreciate it. Okay, this is the second call for our Hampshires, the second class of Hampshires, second call. After that, we show light OPB, which are Chesters and Landrace. So if you're in one of the first classes of light OPBs, please be getting ready.
The young man's narrow belted gilt, I think, holds just a slight advantage in terms of just height of shoulder, elevation, and just overall natural balance and proportionality. I just love the way that one is so seamless about the way that she's made from the side. Really good out of her hip and hind leg, and then she stands on a really good substance of bone and big feet. The edge probably goes to the gilt in second in terms of chest and knee. That's a big-chested one that comes at you so intimidating. I love the presence of this gilt through the front third of her body. By comparison, that's a lower-shouldered gilt that maybe just ties just a little bit different in the way that her neck goes, a little crestier made, and maybe just pushes the limit just a little bit as you step in behind her. But I thought that one's uniqueness is what allowed her to go over the gilt in three. The gilt in three is a little bigger scaled, a little heavier weighted, not as stout and not as much in terms of feature and jawline, but I like her elevation, I like her strength of back. I just like to change the way that her face is shaped. I like to crack her open in the base of her chest more than anything. Just didn't see the presence that we had in that one. The gilt in four is very well presented. Love the hair and skin, love the composition. A little drier there through her forerib and flank. Wants to tuck up out of her hip and hind leg, and I just like to just level her hip and then just allow that hind leg to go ahead and push past her tail to make her more ideal. Drop her there in her flank just a fraction, but I love that one's hair and skin, and then really a fresh back laid into that one also. A big-chested one drops next, and this is another that maybe get just a little bit more rigid in terms of her hip and hind leg movement, but yet the front two-thirds of her is awfully nice. Rounding out the class with a pair of them that just need to be a little different in terms of their range of motion, but still yet they've got bone, they got power, get just a little bit more tight in terms of their movement. Great class. Congratulations to them all.
Okay, placings on the first class of Hampshires are: fifth was Tatum Gingo from Mansfield FFA. Fourth, Charles Davis, Joshua's FFA. Third, Haley Turner from Alvarado FFA. Second was Markley Matthias from Midland FFA. And our class winner was Shiner K. Westmoreland from Ellis County 4-H. We are now judging the second and last class of Hampshires. Then we'll do champion Hampshires, which won't be long. So if you're light OPB, white OPB, Chesters and Landrace, be on standby. All right, the judge has released these Hampshire gilts in the arena, and you exhibitors can take them back to your pens, and let's please give them a hand for their efforts. And I think we have our first and second place Hampshires from the first class real close, and then in a little bit you can start bringing your first class light OPBs. You can wait a little because those Chesters like to fight, but in a little bit you can bring them.
Attention here in the barn. We've got all these vehicles over here on this west side of the barn. We've got people trying to load gilts out. We can't get any traffic through. If the fire marshal comes through here and they can't get a fire truck through there, they're going to start towing vehicles. So we'd appreciate it if you can move out so we can get some vehicles in and out of there.
Okay, let's go ahead and make our way to the holding pen with the first class of light OPBs, which are Chester Whites and Landrays. First class of light OPB, please make your way to the holding pen.
Nice class, and we can throw a dart or two at our class winner and just maybe lengthen her hip just a fraction, but ultimately I feel she's just the best one. She's the combination gilt, the totals gilt, however you want to word it, and then she still brings to the table extra punch, extra chest, extra back, and very, very fresh and well presented as you study her there from the side. Nice one to go ahead and lead with. Spent more time between 2 and 3. Ultimately, the heavier structured, stouter featured one goes ahead and edges out the gilt in 3. This is a gilt that I think is just a little more natural in terms of her height of shoulder. Her length to height ratio is a little bit more ideal. Got just a little bit chubbier fronted there, and that's probably why I got just a little critical on her there on my initial sort. But that's just a good, stout, durably constructed, sound moving one that, again, I think has lots of good, lots of value. Clean her up there through her choke and in her jawline, and obviously make a stronger contention there. A nice kind of a gilt here that is longer hip, but I'd like to just stouten her jawline and maybe pick her up off of her front toes to make her more ideal. But her length of stride and just that extra spread and width is what allows her to go over the gilt that comes next. This one here is probably better designed. She's taller fronted, just a little bit better to look at there from the side. She too gets just a little bit slicker there in her jaw, a little flatter there through her rib and cage and blade. As we let the remaining hogs go, a lot of the same in terms of just needing to change structurally as you start to put them in motion. Still a very high quality class. My compliments to them all as they head back.
Okay, we're now going to judge for champion, reserve champion Hampshire. Okay, placings on this first class of Hampshire's. 5th was Kelton Bailing from Bryson FFA. 4th was Brigham Bottleberg from Erith County. 3rd, Sawyer Lambert from Perrin. 2nd was Blakely Bottleberg from Erith County. And our class winner was Talon Ulgary from Rouse FFA.
Nice Hampshire show, and again, pleased with the 2 class winners we have here. For me, I guess there's one that, we talked to her in classes, maybe just wanting to stretch her hip, and at the end of the day, we just felt she was the best one. She's the one that did the most out there things and still did a nice job of just maintaining balance and proportionality, coming to us with some bone and width and squareness. Young man's heavy. He's going to be your champion. Congratulations. Drop this gilt out in 2nd, and that's another one. It obviously becomes, just an immediate contender. That one is just so stout and durably constructed, extra loose in terms of the way that she handles her hip and hind leg. The young man's lightweight gilt is one that, again, does a great job of just keeping length of stride, length of step, very, very good. Change her just a little bit up front in terms of her chest and knee. It's a close call between the 2 of them. One of them's just a little bit bolder, a little bit stouter, and then still yet maintains a good length the stride. Young lady, 2nd out of that very class will be reserved. Congratulations.
Yeah, the 2 class winners, the heavy.
Second place heavyweight is the reserve, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Be the second.
Sorry, I was like,
It was the
it
first
was
place.
the first place. No, the second
Second
class.
class, yeah.
The
The 2
second
heavyweights.
class, yeah.
From the chutes to the stalls, barns to the big leagues, Sullivan Supply has you covered with innovative products designed for success. But it's not just about the products. It's about
It was Blakely Bottleberg from Erith County. And that concludes our Hampshire show. Our judgment to the men's room a minute, then we'll start with the light OPBs. Thank you. Okay, we're missing a Gilt here. Cash McCamey from Hawkins FFA. Cash McCamey, if you're in the ring or you're scratched or something, please let us know so we can keep the show moving. Okay, the judge has released these gilts in the arena, and you can take them back to your pen. And thank you, exhibitors, for coming. And let's give them a round of applause, please. How many classes these are? 4 or 5? 4, okay.
Nice class. The easiest thing for me to do is to start with the young lady in red, and that's one that's just a good pig. She's balanced. She reads with so much quality and style. I love the look that she gives you through the front third of her body. She's loose and agile, square in her muscle, immature in her build and body. Just a really elite looking one that I think is only going to get better as she continues to grow and mature. Nice place to start. The interesting one, the breeding piece, if you will, is the Gilt in second. And man, that is so stout and rugged in her bone work, with a really neat kind of a skull and jawline that's laid into her. And then she's still got a pretty good hip and hind leg laid into her. She's not as just perfectly square in the way that she moves, but more than anything for me, watch that Gilt as she comes at you. And I'd just like to open her up through her chest and square her in her knee to make her a little bit more of a competitor in this drive. But man, her bone and look and presence, and then young lady's done just a fabulous job on hair and skin. Nice pair to represent this first drive. Really a round-bodied one that comes next that's just extra stout. I'd like to open her up, change her in the way that she looks at and through the front third of her body, and then just lengthen her step to make her a stronger contender. Nice one that drops out of the gate next, and this one's probably a little fancier, a little fresher made. She too gets just a little more upright on each end of her skeleton, a little thicker necked, and just a little bit chubbier there through her jawline. The young lady that comes next, I'd like to just lengthen this one's hip and just bend her hind leg a little more. Front 2/3 of her are awfully nice. Land on a pair of them that just need to be a little looser as you start to put them on the go. Really a fun class. Congratulations to them all.
We're now going to start judging Class 2 Light OPB. If you're in Class Light OPB, please come to the ring.
Oh, you're leaving. I was like, I need your name.
So the placings, these first class light OPB's fifth was Cadence Watson from Smith County, 4-H. Fourth went to Collins Withers from Prairie Land FFA. Third went to Aiden Rusher from Hale County, 4-H. Second, Ailey Sims from Erith County, 4-H. And our class winner was McKinley Henry from Wall FFA. We are now judging Class 2 Light OPB. Okay, the judge has released these gilts in the ring. You can take them back to your pen, and we thank you as exhibitors for coming. I'm sure they'd appreciate a round of applause.
Nice class. And again, man, the good ones just kept coming. I think we pulled 12, 10, 11, 12, 13. I don't know. It was a good number, and it was well deserved. And very hats off to you folks that fight these minors. Not an easy feat, I understand. Starting the drive off with one that, again's got a big punch. When he comes at you, really a big-chested girl that is so good in her shoulder set and her blade system, and then she carries that to the top part of her skeleton with boldness, with squareness, and that kind of tells the story on back. Really good spread down her back line. She's a power hog that's got a good hip and hind leg. She's got bones. She's got a good, strong foot that's laid into her. Everything kind of blends and matches, and like I said, she's maybe just right there on the edge for me in terms of just extremities, but the thing that saves her is she's still a good skeleton, good built gilt that still has those big league, big ring kind of pieces, and a nice one to go ahead and lead with. I love a lot of things about the gilt in second. That's another really a sharp back gilt, really descript, very genuine in terms of her muscle, a little thicker and coarser necked. I'd like to change the way that her neck ties into the top part of her blade, and then she too probably just don't have that extra roundness of body that we had in our class winner, but man, her back shape and just density is very impressive, and there's just more to her as we get into the gilt in 3. The gilt in 3 is very much of a quality kind of a gilt, very feminine, a good soft pliable rib that's laid into her, reads a little bit more vanilla up high, didn't quite have the base that we had in 1 or 2 as she started to come at you a little bit different in terms of the way that her neck goes into her, but still I just thought that she was just more comfortable and just stronger footed as we get into the gilt in 4. This is another one that I kind of got a little hard on out back. I didn't know if that front foot would go ahead and last. She gets out here and she handles it fine, but I would like to pick her up off of her front toes and then just stouten that front ankle and arm to go ahead and match the shape and the mass that she has up high. A little drier bodied, a little tighter flanked, but she had more stuff as we got into this gilt coming next. And this is a heavy-legged gilt that maybe gets just a little shorter hipped, a little tighter moving, but she too maybe wants to flatten there through her forerib and chest, round out the class with a pair of them that get just a little bit more restricted in movement, but still very quality pigs for these 2 young girls. A nice class. Congratulations to these kids.
So placings on Class 2, 5th was Ava Luke from Hampshire Fannin FFA. 4th was Jordan Powers from Stephenville. 3rd was Monty Witt from Glen Rose FFA. 2nd was Hadley Reed, Mills County 4-H, and our class winner was Cash McCamey from Hawkins FFA. We're now judging Class 3 light OPB or Chester's Landrace. If you're in Class 3, please make your way to the holding pen.
Exhibitors, can I have your attention, please? The crossbred sale list is posted on the wall, listing the gilts that will be included in our sale. Both the white crossbreds and the all other crossbreds, the complete list is posted on the wall if you're going to be in the sale. If you have one of these sale gilts, you need to come to the office and get a sales instruction sheet. Just go in the office and tell them, I'm in the gilt sale, do you have something for me? And they'll give it to you. Make sure you read that and go over it. If you have a gilt in the sale, you cannot take her home. She is consigned to our sale, and make sure that you understand that don't you be loading her up and taking her home. That could have some consequences you wouldn't like. So make sure you come up here and check this list and see if you made the sale. This is not the sale order. This is the sale that who's going to be in the sale. The sale order will be determined tomorrow when we do our purebreds, and we'll mix them all up and we'll get a sale order. Once that's done, we'll post the final sale order with a sale lot number in it and give you instructions on what to do. But pick up that sheet of paper in the office and it's going to tell you a lot of this. So please check this posting out here to see if you're in the sale. Just because you were brought back for contention doesn't mean anything. If you won a class, it doesn't mean anything. It just means that these are the ones that were selected that were in the ring in an order. Another thing, man, I don't know what's going to do to get you to move in truck. Some dynamite? I don't know. But please get out there. Understand that you're really being kind of rude, and I hate to say that. really a don't do. But get out there, you rude person, and move that truck.
Okay, these gilts in the ring have been excused. The judge have excused them. Please take them back to the pen and give them a hand for their hard work and effort.
Nice class, and again, this is a gilt that just kind of falls in line and fits the mold of things we've talked about so far. Good looking, great proportions, feminine, attractive, fresh, compositionally right on as you study her up high. A good hip and hind leg, just a no holes kind of a gilt that again just is a very logical place to start. Young lady's got that one dialed in from a hair and skin perspective. Does a great job on the whip. Great, really a good combo there to go ahead and lead with. A really solid meat and potatoes kind of a gilt comes into the second hole, and I like her extra length of hip, a little lower set in terms of her shoulder, not quite the extras that we had in our class winner, but I did think that she was just more comfortable as we got into the gilt in 3. The gilt 3, running on a pair of flat tires up front, you change that about her, man, we make a case for go ahead and just using her and running her because she is the most extreme in terms of bone. She's got a really stout hind leg that still works extremely well, so fresh and shapely up high, really a little bit timid, too timid on those front toes. We got to pick them up, get them off the ground, and I think we do that. Man, that's a different story with that particular gilt. The young lady's gilt that comes next has got one that really has some neat parts and pieces, and that's the way that I kind of read her. She's just a little piecier in the way that she's made. Not quite as good down her top line, a little lower set in her shoulder. Maybe her neck doesn't blend quite as good there, but in terms of chest and shape and power, all that is there, just maybe not quite in the package that we had in a couple of those that were right ahead of her. A good solid one that drops out of the gate next. Wants to flatten as you study this one coming right at you. Didn't know if she just utilized her hip and rear skeleton quite as good, quite as athletic as we had in a couple of those others. Land on a pair of them that, again, just need to be a little bit stouter and then just a little bit more mobile as you put them on the go. Really a good class. My compliments to them all as they head back.
All right, placings on Class 3. 5th, Hayes Hubbard, Hockley County 4-H. 4th, Carla Vasquez, Fort Stockton FFA. 3rd, Bregan Bottleberg from Erith County. 2nd, Sienna Shope from Belton FFA. And our class winner was Presley Elston from Erith County. That's Class 3. We're now judging Class 4, Light OPB, and I think that's our last class. So if you have a first or second place, Light OPB, kind of be on standby. After that, we'll do the spots, which is a pretty big class. All right, our judge has released these Chester Gilts in the ring. You exhibitors can take them back to your pins, and let's give them a hand for their efforts. And this is class 3, right? This is our last class. And after this, we do the spots, right? So this is our last class of light OPBs, which is class 4. We have to work through them, but if you have a first or second place, kind of be on standby. Don't come yet. Give us a little time, and likewise, we'll start on the spots, which is a pretty big breed, here in a little bit. After that, we conclude with the Yorkshires, so that's kind of where we're at. Okay, if you have a first or second place, Chester White, in these first 3 classes of light OPB, please make your way to the holding pen. A first or second, make your way so we can judge for champion in a little bit. Likewise, if you're in the first class of spots, be on standby. We'll call you in a little bit, but don't come yet. But in a little bit, we'll call for the first class of spots.
Lots of white down-eared ones we've had the chance to work through, maybe the most that I've ever seen in one setting, and it's been fun, been a challenge, but certainly have some good ones that we get to talk about and study and evaluate. Landed on one that is the power hog. Obviously, I think we can all agree on that, and very well prepared, very well fitted. Love the composition, love the natural edge, the extra shape and dimension that she has up high. Very good in terms of her top line, heavy structured, big featured, obviously very fresh and well presented. You know, if you want to just throw a few darts at her, maybe just lengthen her hip and just lengthen her step ever so slightly, but still yet a very good pig there in her own right. Kudos to the young lady here that just continued to fight. This is a gilt that did not want to just cooperate the entire time, and man, this young driver just really made her happen. And again, love to see that kind of ethic and that type of grit in today's ring, and so kudos to her. This is a good gilt. She's a stubborn bag, but that's a good pig that just didn't quite cooperate. Take that to the side. I still need to maybe just change the shoulder of her, and then in relation to our class winner, got just a little bland, a little flat by comparison, but I did think that she was wider pinned and just more square as we got into the Gilt in 3. The Gilt in 3 is so long-hipped and very loose striding, a little lower set in her shoulder, maybe don't quite have the look and presence up front, and then gets just a little bit flatter when you step in behind her. A good solid one that drops out of the gate next. I need to change her through her chest and knee. Got just a little different looking through the front third of her body, but that's a big back and a big hip, really a well-prepared gilt there in her own right. The young lady's gilt comes out next, and another one that maybe just don't blend her parts and pieces together, not as fresh as those that were right ahead of her, maybe wants to sling them just a little more. That's a deem ideal. Rounding out the class with a pair of them that, again, just structurally get just a little bit different as you start to put them in motion. The bottom two hogs, watch those two come at you, get just a little flatter, a little more narrow, and just maybe not as loose as we have in the upper part of the drive. Good class to end on. Congratulations to them all.
Okay, we're going to judge here in a little bit for Champion Light OPB, and there were 4 classes. Placing in this last class, 5th, Fallon McAnally from Hyco. 4th, Alexander Felt from Midland, FFA. 3rd went to Olivia O'Brien from Wise County, 4-H. 2nd went to Allie Post, Clear Springs, FFA, and our class winner went to Cooper Holman from Kendall County, 4-H. We're now judging for Champion Light OPB, and this is the first call for the first class of spots.
Folks, if you would, let's put our hands together for these class winners. Outstanding set, and very, very pleased with what we have to sort and study. I guess for me, there's one out here that just does a great job of just kind of picking and choosing those great traits and parts of each of them, and then they just kind of cram it all into one of them. This gilt's got the boldness and the chest and the power of one. It's got the length in the hip and the athleticism of the other, and then just still does a good job of just giving us a good solid look from the side. Young man there in the flowered shirt's going to have your champion. Congratulations. Second drops out of that class and obviously becomes an immediate contender. Really a square-hipped, good backed one that, in relation to our champion, maybe didn't quite have the presence, the chest, or the roundness of rib. There's another pair of them that are differing in type and kind, but I think they're both contenders. One of them is so long-hipped and so loose and so good in terms of her design. I'd like to just crack her open there through her chest, round her in terms of her body shape, but man, that type of hip and hind leg I'm always going to gravitate towards. And then we've got just a little baby dinosaur here that is so impressive in terms of her upper skeleton, boldness of blade, back shape, presentation and bone is all spot on. Didn't quite read her as long about her hip or stride as what our champion was. I still think she's the next best one. Young man's heavy is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Okay, to conclude our light OPB, our champion was Cash McCamey from Hawkins FFA, and our reserve was Cooper Holman from Kendall County 4-H. And that's all of our Chesters and Landrays. We're now judging the youngest class of spot gilts. Please come to the ring with the youngest class of spot gilts. Okay, the judge has released this class of spot gilts. You can take them back to the pen, please. And let's give them a round of applause for coming and showing them to us. Okay, this first call for Class 2 spots. First call for Class 2 spots.
These these spots are getting so good. It's crazy. Not long ago, man, I had to really pump myself up on getting through these breeds. Let's just call it like it is. Most of them were in a corner. They were screaming, they were squealing, and they were tightening and locking up, and you're just hoping and praying that you had something to talk about when it was all said and done. And now look where we're at. These things are built for speed. They're square muscled. They're good looking. They're tall fronted. And guys, it's not just here. It's across the country. We've got a weird looking one to go ahead and lead with. And man, that thing's an interesting critter. You know, if you're into the leg hair and the fuzz, this one's got it. You try to just look through that and you say, okay, are we still stout? That's still a stout rascal there. Big feet, big ankled hog that just combines that with a really attractive and fresh kind of a look through the front third of her body, square up high, fresh backed, fitted to a T. If you want to throw a dart at her, I'd just like to open her right there in her forerib and just give her a little bit more outward turn there through the center part of her mid body. But man, after that, that's a very neat one that I can't wait to see what happens when that thing goes ahead and grows and matures and makes a big sized breed in Gilt, because she hits me pretty good today. The young lady's Gilt in second. You know, she came out towards the latter part of the sift, and I'm like, well, man, there's one that we can work around because that one is just so loose and long on each end of her skeleton in relation to our class winner. Not as big there in her front feet, got just a little bit more fragile and maybe just not as neat looking all the way throughout, but I still thought that her range of motion and just her extra genuine shape up high, it's what allowed her to go over the Gilt in 3. The Gilt in 3 is probably a little better bodied comparatively, but at the same time got just a little bit flatter shouldered, a little more narrow there through the backside of her shoulder and blade, and just her upper skeleton just didn't read as explosive as we had in those top 2. I'd like to clean her joints and just flex her a little differently as you put her on the motion as well, and that's extra critical of a very nice kind of a Gilt. The front 2/3 of this one is awfully nice, really round-bodied, really powerful and massive. I'd like to just lengthen and square her hip and then just allow her hind leg to go ahead and move with just a little bit of range of motion as you put her on the go, but with muscle and power is awfully good in that one. A nice solid one that comes out of the gate next, and this one's probably just a little bit looser made. I just didn't see her bringing the extra punch that we had, but still yet, I think that one on down the road, whenever they just lay the hammer to her better days are coming. Kind of the dark horse in this particular drive. A real solid one here, not as stout in terms of her bone, got just a little bit round hipped and maybe a little plainer looking. Young lady's Gilt that rounds out to class, just gets a little flatter, and she too needs to be a little different off of those rear 2. A great class, really a neat one to win. Congratulations to them all.
Okay, the placings in the first class of spots are 5th, Riley Hoffman, Tom Green, County 4-H. 4th, Audrey Brack McClellan, County 4-H. Third was Kaya Williams, Montague County 4-H. Second place was Audrey Barack, McClellan County 4-H, and our class winner was Lindsay Lowry from Troop FFA. And that's our first class of light of spots. Okay, the judge has released these gilts in the ring, and you can take them back to your pen. Let's all give them a big round of applause.
Nice class, and one that I think just lines up fairly quickly. Young ladies Gilt wins, and I think does so quite handily. That's a good rascal there in terms of just look and presence, athleticism. Couples that with a good stout bone and feature that's laid into her, really fresh, very well presented. Right on in terms of composition, a good one to go ahead and lead with. The one that's the most like her is the young man's Gilt there in second. There's one that's really edged up high, a good shouldered Gilt that's got a lot of shape, not as loose about her hip, not as flexible off of her rear too. I did think that there was just more stuff up high as we got into the Gilt in 3. I didn't read this one quite as fresh in her overall appearance. She too wants to get just a little more mechanical as you study her out of her hip and hind leg, a little plainer looking through her front third. The young lady's Gilt that drops next has got one that, again, comes at me big and bold. She too gets just a little bit wobbly there off of her rear too. I like to lengthen her step there, maybe freshen her in her overall appearance. The young man's Gilt, again, maybe doesn't quite just have the markings that we have in a couple of these others, but still yet a good built, good made Gilt that reads a little flatter there through her center, maybe not quite the bone work that we have. Rounding out the class with a pair of them that are good bodied power hogs that just need to be a little bit sounder as you put them in motion. Really a nice class. Congratulations to them all.
Okay, we're now going to be judging Class 3 spots, so please make your way to the holding pen if you're not there. Class 3 spots. And the placing on Class 2 was Cooper Sands, Ward County was 5th. 4th was Sawyer Owenby from Hill County. 3rd was Tatum Jingo from Mansfield FFA. 2nd was Taylor Dushek from Cal Allen FFA. And 1st was Lindsay Lowry from Troop FFA. Okay, the judge said we can release these gilts in the arena. You can please take them back to your pen, and let's give them a hand for their effort for coming out here today.
The loosest structured, best pattern gilt goes ahead and leads, and that's the young man here to my left. good tall-shouldered, good down her back line, good feet and legs, just a really solid one to go ahead and start. The debate goes second through sixth, and I think you can just make a couple of cases for several different different options, but the Power Hog comes into the second hole. Not as good out of her hip and hind leg, not as attractive up front, probably just a little bit more chub, a little more thickness between those two. I did think that she was fresher and looser than the one that we got in three. In her own right, that's another one that has width and power. I'd like to just freshen her overall appearance up, change her in the way that she moves out of her shoulder and knee, elevate her there at the top part of her blade. Still a very nice gilt there in her own right. The young lady's gilt that comes next has got one that reads to be a little bit longer bodied, maybe just doesn't pattern and balance quite as well, doesn't read quite as tall right there at the point of her shoulders, but yet good shape and good back, good bone. Round out the class with a pair of them. A young lady that comes next has got one that's very fresh, very well presented. Like to open her up, power her up, maybe not quite as stout there at the ground. Young lady that rounds out the class just needs to be a little looser as you stutter her off of her hip and hind leg. Great class. Congratulations to them all.
Okay, we're now going to, some of you are here, but we need Class 4 spots. Class 4 spots, and the placing in Class 3 spots is, our fifth place was Callie Winter from Stony Point FFA. Fourth was Brianna Nolan from Stephenville FFA. Third went to Sarah Long, Water Valley FFA. Second went to Hannah Garvin, Yoakum FFA. And our class winner was Jordan Powers from Stephenville FFA. And that was Class 3. We'll now start judging Class 4. I think we have a total of 5 classes in the spots, and when that will, then we just have the Yorkshires left. phone turned in. Okay, we had a phone turned in the ladies' bathroom. If someone lost it, you can come up to the announcer stand. We had a phone turned in the ladies' restroom. Okay, our judge has released these gilts in the arena. They can go back to their own pen, and let's give them a hand for all their hard work and effort, and we thank them for coming. Let's go ahead and call our Class 5 spots. It's our last class. Class 5 spots, please make your way to the holding ring.
Class that maybe comes with just a little challenge and debate. The young man's Gilt, I think, is a real logical place to start. Heavy-legged, big-footed, square coming and going, and still has dimension and spread up high, comes together well from the side. I thought she was longer hipped and more flexible than the Gilt in second. The Gilt in second's another one that's got some dimension about her. I didn't see her hip and hind leg quite as good, a little shorter and a little rounder there, but she did have more spread and more thickness up high as we got into the Gilt in 3. The Gilt in 3's got a really good skull and just a good, unique, quality kind of a look from the side. I love her extra bone. I love her extra edge that she has up high. A little flatter there in her upper rib and cage and get in behind her. And that's a Gilt that just wants to deviate, hip hop to ground, but yet the parts and pieces she has is very elite and very high quality. Very well presented when that comes next, and I like her elevation and her shoulder, a little flatter made and just a little more fragile as you start to study that one and compare her to the top of the drive. The young lady's Gilt here, front 2/3 is as good as it gets. I probably studied this one as long as any of them. I just couldn't make her hip and hind leg good enough to move her any higher. The front 2/3 definitely deserves that. I just need to lengthen her hip and just square her hock to ground to make her a stronger contender. The young lady's Gilt is a big scaled, high growing, fast growing kind of a Gilt. A little more frail in terms of bone, a little flatter in terms of her shoulder and blade. Rounding out to class with a white-tailed Gilt that, again, just gets this little piece here. Maybe don't quite read as stout in terms of her shape or power, but yet a good-bodied, good-made one. Really a neat class, challenging class. Congratulations to them all.
All right, the placings in Class 4 of the spots. In 5th place, we had Skyly Renner from Cisco FFA. 4th place, Wyatt James Kalapil from Medina Valley. 3rd place was Haley Jo Seifert from Anderson Shiro FFA. 2nd place was Carmen Miller, Winners FFA. And our class winner was Kevin Cheshire from Wall FFA. And that concludes Class 4. We'll now judge Class 5 spots, which is our last class. If you see us kind of wrapping up on Class 5, I'll call you so you can bring your 1st and 2nd place spots to the arena. Then we just have the Yorkshires left. Okay, let's go ahead and call the first and second spots. The first and second class spots, why don't you make your way to the holding pen so we can keep the show going? First and second spots. I think it's good. So I think our judge has released all these gilts in the arena. You can go back to your pens, and thank you for coming. Let's give them an applause for their efforts. And this is our last class of spots. If the first and second ones will come here, we'll keep the show rolling. Okay, one more time. First and second class spots, please make your way to the holding pen. We're finishing up with our last class, first and second place spots. Okay, after we finish these spots, we'll start with the Yorks. So the first class of Yorks, be on standby. We're finishing up this last class and judge for champion spot, and then we'll start with the Yorkshires. There's 3 classes of them, around 20 head a class.
Really a nice way to wrap up the spotted breed. And the young lady's gilt, man, just has an incredible presence about her. I love just the extra feature, the extra style and balance and quality she presents from the side. And then there's a power hog in there as well. Big shouldered, big back, powerful hipped, and I thought she was just longer hipped and just more proportional than the gilt in second. And the gilt in second is one that again has lots of range of motion, really a long striding athletic gilt. A little peaked there in the upper blade, maybe not quite the trimness and the neatness of neck and head that we have in our class winner, maybe just not as explosive there in the upper skeleton, but man, her reach and range of motion and comfort is what allowed her to go over the gilt in 3. The gilt in 3 is another one that's just a good solid gilt, a meat and potatoes kind of a gilt, a little plainer up high, a little bit more off in her hip, and maybe just not that extra punch that we had in 1 or 2. But I just thought that her athleticism is what allowed her to go over the gilt in 4. The gilt in 4 probably has just a little bit more up high, probably is just a little thicker all the way throughout. At the same time, that's a gilt that gets a little more restricted in her hip. I didn't see her as handling her rear 2 quite as well as you put her in motion, but man, the front 2/3 of her is awfully good, and it was that extra bulk and power. It's what allowed her to go over the gilt that comes next, and this is another one that's got a real stout kind of a look laid into her, a little shorter on each end, tapers and shortens out of her hip. I'd just like to lengthen her there and change her there, rounding out the class with a pair of them that's got good body, very well prepared, very well presented, a little tighter moving, a little flatter underneath. Really a good way to wrap up the spots. Congratulations to them all.
Placings on this last class of spots. 5th was Dawson Sharehouse, Harris County 4-H. 4th was Ashton Martin, Palo Pinto County 4-H. 3rd was Bella Cook, Pretty FFA. 2nd was Kendall McMullen from James Madison FFA. And our class winner was Kaya Williams from Montague County 4-H. So now we're going to judge for champion spot. We need the 1st and 2nd place spots. And real soon we'll call for the first class of Yorkshires. let's go ahead and bring this first class Yorkshires while we're finishing up here. First class Yorkshires to the holding pen.
Folks, if you would, let's put our hands together for an outstanding champion drive here in the spotted division. For those of you that are raising them and fighting this breed, man, my hat is off. Kudos. The breed is making an incredible transformation, and this drive is a testament to it. Guys, these are not just good spots. This is good livestock, no matter the color, no matter the ear set. A very, very elite set that we have here. I guess it gets awfully close between a pair of them, and I'm not very good at just hiding myself. I kind of keep my emotions on my sleeve, and so, I think that there's a pair of lighter weighted gilts that maybe just do some things that are a little different, that are a little harder to do, and kind of get into that unique status and that elite status and that again, memorable whenever I'm driving home. I'll be thinking back on this pair. One of them probably is just a little further along today in terms of just chest and chub. I love just the presence. I love the looseness and athleticism of this gilt. So good in terms of the angles, the length of hip, the bend and the bounce off of a rear two. And then she comes at me like a monster, flat-backed, square-bladed, square-hipped. Everything fits. Everything's spot on in terms of composition. Really a neat gilt. Young lady here to my left will have it. Congratulations. There's another one that pushed our champion. Again, just really started this breed off, and one I was like, man, that just doesn't look real. It doesn't look normal, and she still doesn't look that way. A very, very neat type of an animal that, again, I can't wait to see where she lands and how she ends up there in the end game. Awfully good today. Young ladies, lightweight will be reserved. Congratulations.
Great. Well, okay, for our champion spot, they were both exhibited by Lindsay Lowry of Traup FFA. Congratulations. She actually had the champion and reserve champion spot. We'll now start on our first class of Yorkshires.
From the chutes to the stalls, barns to the big leagues, Sullivan Supply has you covered with innovative products designed for success. But it's not just about the products, it's about the experience. Our dedicated team is passionate about providing exceptional customer service and understands your unique challenges and goals. For us, it's more than just a business. It's a genuine commitment to our industry. With Sullivan Supply, You can
Okay, our judge has released these gilts in the arena, and you exhibitors can take them back to your pen, and let's give them a round of applause for their efforts.
So there's another. Like a German name. No, it's Italian.
Okay, this is first call for Class 2 Yorkshires. First call for Class 2 Yorkshires.
Interesting way to start off the Yorkshires. Very challenging class on many fronts. The young man's gilt goes ahead and leads, and that's the bulky, stout-made one that is just sound enough in the way that she handles her rear too. There's just simply more of her in all regard as you study her and compare her to the contemporaries. The other one that just comes to us with some bone and feature is the young lady's gilt in second. This is one that obviously we question just a little bit in terms of just maturity pattern and endpoint. I would like to just scale that one just a little bigger as you study those indicators, but I still thought that that one's bone and width was a shot better as we got into the gilt coming next. And this one from the side is awfully nice. Wants to narrow as you get in behind her, wants to get just a little straighter legged as you study that one going across. The young lady in four has got one that, again, from the side is awfully good. Coming at you is nice. A gilt that maybe gets just a little bit more laborsome as you study her out of her hip and hind leg. The front 2/3 of that, however, is awfully good. Just need to be a little looser as you put that one on the go. The young lady in blue has got a big scaled, late maturing one that just needs to be stouter in terms of bone and foot. As you get in behind her, that's a gilt that wants to narrow from hock to ground. The young man's gilt that rounds out the class has got one that just gets a little too restricted on each end to move any higher today. Interesting class, very challenging. Congratulations to these kids.
Not to my knowledge. I haven't been in. We was going to take him out to eat last week. He got sick, so we just took him some food, so I really haven't spoken. Okay. I'll check a little bit. All right, placings on this first class of Yorks. Fifth was Aaliyah Garcia from Royce City FFA. Fourth was Paisley Oglesby from Hamilton County 4-H. Third was Kylie Lambright, Trenton FFA. Second was Landry Hunter, Community FFA. And our class winner was Justin Hamby from Williamson County 4-H. We are now judging Class 2 Yorks, and there's only 3 Yorks, so if you have a breed or reserve breed champion, you need to be getting ready. It won't be too long. We'll need you up here to show for Supreme Gilt. Okay, we're missing 2 gilts here. Addison Lacey from Hyco FFA and Karen Sider from Pretty FFA. Please come to the ring or let us know if you're not going to come because we're going to keep on showing. We're missing 2 gilts. Good deal. I think our judge said we can release these in the ring, so you can please go back to your pens, and we thank you kids for coming and give them a round of applause for their effort. This will be the first call for Class 3 Yorkshires, which is our last class. First call for Class 3 Yorkshires. After the Yorkshire breed is finished, we'll do the Supreme and Reserve Supreme, so kind of if you have a breed champion, be on standby.
This class definitely heated up just a little bit compared to the first one, and man, this is good all the way through. Laying on a pair that offer a lot in terms of similarity of type and kind. Ultimately, our class winner just comes with just a little bit more. I think just in terms of balance and proportion and stoutness of feature, I think this one holds the edge. And then you get up on top of this pair. This is one that probably just opens up to a bigger blade, probably rolls out with just a notch more spread, and then still does just a great job of maintaining comfort and squareness and width there at the arena surface. A very elite looking one to go ahead and lead with. And it was because of that elite look and that extra spread and shape is what allowed him to go over the Gilt in second. And the Gilt in second, we take that one out of her and we'd be saying the same things about her in terms of just being extra stout and extra powerful and then still good built and comfy. In comparison, I didn't see her handling her rear leg quite as big or quite as good, and I didn't see her quite as big up high, but that's very critical of a very outstanding, high quality kind of a Yorkshire. And it was because of her squareness, hip hop to ground. It's what allowed her to go over the Gilt in 3. And guys, the Gilt in 3, where she's good, she is an absolute monster. Amazing pieces that this Gilt has to offer. Honestly, I would love to stick a rod in her, even though she scares me when you get in behind her. That's a Gilt that we've got to bring in. She wants to overstep. She wants to get outside of her body wall as you step in behind her, but her shoulder set and her chest and just the body shape and her upper skeleton, it's all a 10 out of 10. We just got to change her ever so slightly as you step in behind her. The young lady's Gilt in 4 is another one that's probably a little safer between those two. At the same time, she's a little plainer about her head, neck, doesn't read quite as stout, isn't quite as round up through her body and shape, and then gets just a little bit plainer up high. But man, that's a good built, structurally sound Gilt that again has just tremendous value because of those things. I thought she was just a little wider and thicker as we got into this Gilt. This is a very well presented Gilt. Young lady's doing an awesome job on hair and skin and showmanship. In relation to those that were right ahead of her, she's a little lower set right there at her shoulder, and then just as you step in behind her, she just wants to narrow and deviate. As you start to study her underneath, just need to crack her open in terms of her base to go ahead and make her a stronger contender. Outstanding job on presentation and hair and skin. A really solid one here that just didn't quite have the bone, the horsepower that we had in the upper part of the drive. Same could be said about the young lady that rounds out the class, gets just a little more fragile in terms of bone and foot, but still yet extra shape, extra look. Very, very good class. Congratulations to them all.
All right, placings in class, 2 Yorkshires were 5th was Kellen Merkel, Ellis County 4-H. 4th was Emma Johnston, Ponder FFA. 3rd went to Shaley Valesky, Coppers Cove FFA. 2nd, Cooper Holman, Kendall County 4-H, and our class winner was Tucker Smith from Rouse FFA. We're now going to be judging Class 3 Yorkshires, which is our final class. So if you have a class winner or 2nd place Yorkshire, be on standby. Likewise, if you have a breed or reserve breed champion, we'll need you up here pretty quick to judge for Supreme and Reserve Supreme. Okay, the judge has released these gilts, and you exhibitors can take them back to your pens, and let's give them a big round of applause for their efforts and thank them for coming. Okay, we're finishing up the last class of Yorks. Will the first and second place winners in the previous York classes please come up here to the holding pen so we can keep going. Likewise, when we finish these Yorks, we'll need all the breeds and reserve breed champions also. Okay, we need the second place Yorkshire from Class 1. We need the second place Yorkshire from Class 1. And likewise, let's go ahead and call our breed and reserve breed champions so we can conclude with the show. The second class Yorkshires from Class 1 and your breed and reserve breed champions, please make your way up here.
Nice way to wrap up. The young lady's gilt, I think, just edges out the gilt in second as I just study just the skeleton, the angularity of her shoulder, the depth of her body, her forerib shape, and just the way that she proportions and balances and patterns so well as you study her there from the side. And then she still maintains looseness and agility on each end of her skeleton. She's got freshness and dimension up high, just a really high quality one that's very well prepared, very well presented. love the look that this gilt gives you. She's long on each end of her skeleton. She's got a good bend to her hind leg, a good stout arm that's laid into her. In comparison, I just didn't see her as good in terms of her face, a little flatter jawed, a little bit different in the way that her neck transitions into her shoulder, a little flatter right there through the heart of her body and into her forearm. But man, she's shapely up high. She's got a big, powerful hip, just a really high quality one that I thought was just better down her top line and just more assembled than the Gilt in 3. The Gilt in 3 is probably a little stouter jawed as I go back and forth at the same time. I don't know if she just kept her top line quite as pieced together, a little lower set right there at the top of her blade, maybe drops out of her hip ever so slightly, but a good sculled, good bodied gilt that again is just nice and loose, a very a kind of a no holes kind of a gilt as you study her there. Really a neat breeding piece there as you put her into that next phase in life. A real extreme one drops out of the gate next, and I love that extra body and dimension that she has, and for as much as she has, she still does a great job of handling it, in particular out of her hip and hind leg. A little waistier made, a little thicker right there through her neck and crest, and maybe reads just a little bit more mature there as I start to work her towards the top of the drive. Still a very, again, another one that certainly has a lot of breeding value as you put her into that next stage. The young man's gilt coming next just needs to be a little looser. She's got the shape and the look, just gets us a little tighter about her hip, a little more forward in her shoulder. Rounding out the class with a pair of them that, again, probably just don't have that extra punch underneath, maybe want to fall apart just a little bit in balance, but still high quality ones there in their own right. Really a nice way to wrap up. Congratulations to them all.
No problem. No, so placing in Class 3 Yorks are the 5th place with Heath McLean from Hyco. 4th was Jagger Monroe from Buskey County 4-H. 3rd was Lillian Mann from Corio County. 2nd was Taylor Fullen, Eastland County, and our class winner was Kaya Williams from Montague County. And now we're going to judge our champion, reserve champion, Yorkshire. And if you have a breed, a reserve breed champion, now is when we need you in the holding pen, because we're going to judge for Supreme and Reserve Supreme of the show. Yeah, please, if you're a breed or reserve breed champion, now is when we need you. Everybody's had a big, long show and a good day, and the way we can keep it rolling, everybody can go home. The breed and reserve breed champions, please make your way up to the holding pen.
Really a nice Yorkshire show, and man, it's been pleasantly fun and surprising, quite frankly. Some of these Yorkshire drives can get